You're lying here, wired but tired, your body still holding the weight of the day like a burden you haven't had time to set down. Shoulders drawn up toward your ears, arms stiff at your sides, as if they're still braced for something that's already passed. Your jaw is tight. The muscles around your eyes are coiled. You can feel it. That low hum beneath your skin, the quiet alertness of a nervous system still on duty even though you've stopped moving. This is real. It's not weakness. It's not failure. It's just your body trying to protect itself from what feels like unfinished business. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But here, now, this session is for the quiet part of you that wants to release, for the body that's been holding on too long and doesn't yet know it can let go. Let your breath begin where it already is. Just notice it. Without changing anything at first, feel how air moves in through your nose, how it fills your chest just slightly before coming out again. Not fast, not forced, just steady, like the tide approaching a shore you've known for years. And now, if you're ready, let's invite something softer. Take one slow breath in, and then let the exhale stretch longer than the inhale. Just a little bit more. 3 seconds out. 2 seconds in. Feel that? The moment your lungs release, when you push the air gently from your body, it's like pressing a quiet button inside yourself. That long exhale is how the nervous system says the danger has passed. It's not an idea. It's not mental effort. It's physical truth. Your breath can help the body stand down, even when your mind still thinks it needs to stay sharp. Try one more. In through your nose, soft and quiet. Then let the out breath unfold, longer than before, deeper from the belly, as if you're letting go of a weight that's been resting on your chest. You don't need to force this. Just allow it, like water flowing down a gentle slope. Each long exhale is a signal. There is no threat here. Not now, not tonight. The world outside isn't closing in. This room is still. The walls aren't moving. No one's coming through the door. You are safe, and your body, after all this time on edge, it can finally hear that. Let your attention drift slowly from your breath to what surrounds you. Just notice, not analyze. Just let your awareness settle into the space around you. There's no need to look anywhere specific. Just let your eyes rest wherever they fall. Open or closed, doesn't matter. The soft blur at the edges of vision is enough. Feel how quiet it is. A stillness that isn't empty, just full with the peace of being undisturbed. You're not expected to do anything. Not now. No one's watching. Nothing needs fixing. There's no report to write. No task left unattended. The day has ended. Even if your thoughts aren't ready to let go, your body can begin. Let your gaze drift slowly around the room, gently, like a hand moving through water. You don't need to see details. Just notice shapes. The curve of the wall where it meets the ceiling. The outline of the door, standing still in its frame. Maybe there's a shadow near the corner, faint and soft. No shape is threatening. Nothing shifts. Nothing moves toward you. This isn't imagination. This is real. This room has been here for weeks, months, years. And it hasn't changed. It's stayed exactly as it is, waiting for you to come back. And now you're here, exhausted but still awake. And the space around you says, you don't need to fight. You don't need to guard. Just be. Let that settle into your shoulders. Not with effort, just by noticing how they feel right now. Held up, tense, pressed in toward your neck like an invisible cage. Now, imagine them slowly dropping, 1 inch at a time, letting go of the weight they've carried all day. Not suddenly, but gently, as if you're releasing something that was never truly yours to hold. And when the breath comes out, long and slow, Feel how even more can soften with it. Let your jaw unclench. Release the pressure behind your teeth. Let the muscles around your eyes melt like wax in warmth. The corners of your mouth don't have to smile, but they can relax just a little. You're not trying to be happy, just letting go. Now, bring attention down through your body, just as you are. Don't fix anything yet. Just notice what's here. The tension held in your hands. Fingers curled slightly, knuckles tight. They've been ready for something all day. The phone, the pen, the steering wheel. But now, there's nothing to grab, nothing to push against. So let go of that. Not with force, but by simply allowing it, like a stone sinking through still water. Let your palms rest flat on your body, or open slightly if they want to be. Feel how light and soft the skin can become when you stop resisting its natural state. Your fingers don't have to do anything. They don't need to prove anything. Now, let that same release move into your chest, the way it's been holding itself tight, like a shield against feeling too much or being seen. Let the breath come in and out again, longer on the exhale, and with each one, feel how space opens inside you. Not forced, just allowed, as if air is returning not just to your lungs, but to every place that's been holding its breath. Now, let your hands sink into the bed beneath them, or rest at your sides. Whatever feels most natural, feel their weight now. How they're no longer pushing outward, but simply resting. There's a difference between being active and being present. You don't need to do anything with your body right now. Just be here. And as that settles, move slowly through the next layer. Your shoulders again, not trying to drop them now. Just noticing where they are. Still up. Yes, that's okay. But you can begin to let them come down. Just a little with each long exhale. Let one shoulder drift slightly lower than before, then the other, like two heavy things being set gently into soil. Your arms still stiff at your sides. Let that change too, not all at once, but with patience. Let the elbows soften, not dropping, just releasing pressure. The muscles in your upper arms can unclench. Let go of the vigilance they've been keeping for hours. You don't need to keep them ready. They're allowed to rest. Now focus on your back, the way it's pressed into the mattress or the chair beneath you. Maybe there's a slight arch or tension in the lower spine, like something still bracing against an invisible weight. Let that shift too, not by pushing down harder, but by breathing into it. Inhale, and then exhale slowly. Longer this time, and as the breath leaves your body, imagine all of that held pressure melting away. Feel how the muscles in your lower back soften, like fabric releasing a crumpled shape. Let them surrender to gravity, not falling apart, but yielding to support. The bed is holding you. The floor beneath it holds the bed, and you're nestled right in between. You don't have to hold yourself up anymore. Now, bring awareness down through your legs, your thighs, your knees, your calves. Feet curled slightly from tension or stiffness. Let them unfold now. Not dramatically, but gently, as if unfolding a blanket that's been folded too long. The toes can spread apart. Relax into the surface below. No need to curl. No need to grip. Let your hips soften their position. Just let go of the subtle way they've been bracing against something unseen. Feel how even the bones, the pelvis, the sacrum can begin to release their tension, not collapsing, but settling deeper into alignment with what's supporting them. And now, let that awareness rise again through your entire body, the whole field of sensation, your arms, your chest, your spine, your legs, all connected by breath and stillness. Not separate parts trying to fix each other, but one continuous space where tension is no longer the default. Feel how your body is beginning to remember what it means to be held. How gravity isn't something to resist anymore, but a quiet invitation to settle. There's no need to prove you're safe or strong or in control. Just let that idea soften, like dust settling after the wind has passed. You don't have to earn rest. You've already lived it, even if your nerves haven't caught up yet. Now, bring attention back down, not with urgency, not with effort, but with a slow release of curiosity, as though you're walking through a room where every surface is warm and familiar, but you've forgotten how gentle it can be. Let your awareness sink past the skin, into the tissue beneath, the muscles that have been on alert all day, like sentries at an old gate. They don't need to guard anything now. No one's coming. Nothing is demanding entry. Let that truth seep in, not through logic, but through sensation. Your shoulders still carry their weight, and they can be heavy without being wrong. Let them stay where they are for a moment. Just notice the way your upper back feels pressed into whatever support you're on, how it's not pushing forward, not leaning into anything. It's simply there, meeting the surface with quiet surrender, like two stones finally allowed to rest at the bottom of a slow-moving river. Now shift inward, not toward thoughts or memories, but toward the space between your shoulder blades, where tension often pools like old water trapped in stone. There's no need to clean it out, no need to fix anything. Just let that area soften with each exhale, like clay left in the sun until it yields. You don't have to push it down. It just falls into place when you stop resisting its natural shape. Let your breath go even longer now, not forced, not stretched, but naturally extended, as if your body is stretching itself out to meet a quiet kind of air that only comes at night. Inhale through the nose and let the exhale spill slowly from the mouth like water over moss. No rush. Let it take its time. As you do, feel how this slow breath isn't just moving in your chest. It's rippling through every place where stillness has been denied. Now, bring that same rhythm to the base of your neck, where tension often gathers when you've been looking ahead too long, scanning for danger or deadlines or expectations. The muscles there aren't meant to stay tight forever. They're not built for endurance. They're made for ease. Let them uncoil slowly, like a spring finally released from its coil. You don't have to do anything with your head. It doesn't need to be upright or forward. Just let it rest where gravity wants it, like a leaf settling on the surface of still water. And as that happens, feel how your jaw is no longer clenched against silence. That tightness at the back of your throat, the way you've been holding yourself from speaking out loud, maybe even from feeling anything at all, let those muscles relax too, not by forcing them open, but by letting them soften into their own neutral shape, like a door that stopped guarding and is simply present. Now, imagine this, not as an image, but as a sensation. The way your body feels when it stops trying to stay upright against the world. Not because you've given up, but because you're no longer in danger of being knocked over. You are grounded. The floor beneath you isn't just holding your weight, it's accepting it. You don't have to carry yourself anymore. Let that sink in. You're allowed to be heavy, to take up space. Your body isn't a problem to solve. It's not an obligation. It's simply here. And it has been through the day, like every other part of your life. It didn't ask for this, but now it can rest. Now move into your hands again, not with expectation or effort, but with curiosity. Feel how they're no longer clenched around nothing. No need to hold on to anything anymore. Let them lie open on your body, or the bed, or just hanging still air if that's where they want to be. Your fingers don't have to do a thing. They don't have to plan, or act, or prepare for tomorrow. Let each fingertip soften, as though it's dissolving into warmth, like wax melting slowly under sunlight, not collapsing, just becoming less defined, less rigid. The skin around your knuckles can lose its tension. Your palms can release their need to be useful. You don't have to produce anything tonight. No output, no performance. Now, let that softening move up through the arms. Not just muscles, but nerves, tendons, the quiet pathways between bone and breath. Feel how they're no longer coiled with readiness. They aren't waiting for a signal or a task. They are simply resting, like branches after rain have stopped trembling. Let your elbows drift slightly toward each other, not because you want them to touch, but because there's no need to keep them apart anymore. Your chest still rises and falls gently, evenly, like the surface of a lake under moonlight. There's no effort in it, no striving to breathe deeply or correctly. Just let your breath follow its own rhythm. Natural, quiet, unforced, and let that rhythm become part of your body's new language. Now, imagine how much heavier you feel when you stop resisting gravity, not sinking into the mattress, but being held by it. The bed isn't just supporting you, it's cradling you. You're not lying on top of it. You're being nurtured by its shape, by its consistency. It knows your weight. It doesn't mind. It has been waiting for this. Let that awareness rise from the base of your spine, all the way up through your shoulders and into your neck. This feeling of being held, not just physically, but emotionally, quietly. The kind of hold you don't have to earn. The kind that's already here. You don't need permission. No one needs to approve. And as this settles, feel how much more space there is in your body now. Not because it's empty, but because the tension has released its grip. It's not a void. It's just open, like an old room with doors left wide for air to flow through. You don't need to fill it. There's no demand on you to be full. Let that openness travel down through your hips again, where so much of life gets stored, both literal and emotional. Let the pelvis release its subtle tension, the way it holds posture like a shield against vulnerability. It doesn't have to protect anything now. The night is safe. You're not being watched. No one's judging. Let your lower back soften, not by pushing down, but by breathing into that space, like water filling an old well that has forgotten its depth. There's no need to go deeper than what feels natural. Just let it fill with stillness, with quiet, with the kind of softness that comes only when you stop fighting yourself. Now, feel your legs again, not as tools, not as limbs meant for movement, but as parts of a whole body that is learning how to rest. The thighs can release their grip on tension. Your knees don't have to stay locked in place. Let them relax, even slightly, like hinges finally allowed to breathe after hours of stiffness. Your calves, those small muscles built for walking, for running, for standing through meetings and long days, can now let go. Not because they failed, but because they're no longer needed. They don't have to carry you anymore. You can stop moving forward for a while, and your feet, those final anchors of the body, let them settle into whatever shape feels right. Toes spread like roots in soil, arches releasing their tension, heels pressing gently down, not because they need to hold up anything, but simply because that's where weight naturally settles. The floor supports you. You're not falling. Now, bring your full awareness back to the whole of yourself. This body lying here, breathing, still, sinking deeper with each exhale. Not trying to be any different. Not striving for calm or quiet or peace. Just being in this moment exactly as it is. And if you notice a part that's still holding, a knee, a shoulder, the small of your back, don't correct it. Don't push harder. Just acknowledge it with kindness. Yes, there's still some tension, and that's okay. You don't have to fix it tonight. You're not expected to be perfect. Let your attention settle into the quiet between breaths, the space that opens when you're no longer chasing the next inhale or rushing to release the last exhale. That silence isn't empty. It's full of stillness. Not because something is there, but because nothing needs to be done. You don't have to fill it with intention or effort. Just let it be a kind of presence that doesn't demand anything from you. Now, feel how your arms rest at your sides. Not limp, not rigid, but simply here in their own place. Not reaching for things they no longer need to hold. The weight of the day didn't vanish, but it stopped living inside your limbs. It's passed through them like rain over stone, leaving only a kind of soft residue that doesn't cling anymore. Your hands, those small instruments of holding and shaping, are not required to do anything now. They don't need to grasp or organize or respond. Let the fingers uncurl gently, slowly, as if they've forgotten how tightly they once curled around stress. Not from effort, but from memory. The body remembers what it means to be released. Let your shoulders continue their slow descent, not in a hurry, not toward some fixed position of relaxation, but simply following the natural pull downward, like fabric settling after being lifted too long. The weight is no longer something you're carrying. It's just part of how gravity works with you. It doesn't ask for permission to be felt. You don't have to approve. There's a quiet dignity in allowing your shoulders to soften into their true shape. Not the one they've worn all day out of necessity, but the one that belongs to this moment, this space, this body resting. Your neck, where tension often settles like static electricity between muscle and bone, can now let go of its effort to stay upright. Not because you're falling, but because you don't need to be alert anymore. The muscles along your spine can unspool their vigilance. The way a coiled spring finally loosens when the pressure is removed. There's no one waiting for you to speak or react. No signal to respond to. Just silence. And that silence isn't empty. It's full of permission. Now feel your chest, not as a container for breath, but as a surface where weight can land without consequence. The ribs don't need to hold anything up anymore. They don't have to keep the lungs open or shield the heart from exposure. Just let them rise and fall with whatever rhythm feels natural. No need to push into deeper air or force more volume. You're not trying to breathe better. You're just breathing right here, in this place where you belong. The small muscles around your eyes, the ones that tighten when you're listening too hard, watching for danger, are now allowed to surrender. Let the eyelids grow heavier, not from sleepiness, but from release. Not because they're tired, but because they've been given permission not to watch anymore. The corners of your eyes can soften, the skin around them no longer drawn taut by expectation or alertness. You don't have to see everything. No one is testing you. No one needs a signal from your gaze. Your jaw, those tiny hinges that carry so much unspoken stress, isn't required to stay clenched in readiness. Let it open just slightly, not wide, not dramatic, but enough for the muscles to feel their own length again, stretched by time and tension, now allowed to return to rest. The back teeth don't have to press together. The tongue can settle against the floor of your mouth, not because it's supposed to be there, but because it doesn't need to do anything else. Now, bring awareness down through your core, the belly that often tenses in anticipation, in preparation for what might come next. Let it soften, not by pushing inward or tightening muscles outward, but by inviting stillness into the space beneath your navel. Not a void, not an emptiness, but a kind of quiet presence where things don't have to happen, where nothing needs to be fixed. Just let the belly relax its usual guard, like soil after rain that no longer resists moisture. Your hips, those points of connection between upper body and lower limbs, are now allowed to release their posture of readiness. They don't need to stay aligned or squared for someone's approval. No one is inspecting how you sit, stand, move through the world. You're not being judged on your stance anymore. Let them settle into their own shape, the way they would if no one were watching. Not perfect, not strained, just present. The lower back, where fatigue collects like dust in forgotten corners, can now let go of its effort to support you against gravity. It doesn't have to brace or hold the spine upright anymore. The vertebrae don't need to be stacked with precision for safety. They're supported by the bed, by your body's own structure, by time itself. Let that area breathe, not in movement, but in stillness, like a riverbed after drought, no longer holding water, just remembering how it feels to rest. Your legs are no longer tools of motion. No one is asking them to carry you anywhere tonight. The thighs can release their grip on tension, the way fabric settles into folds when the weight of the day has passed through. Your knees don't need to stay firm or straight. They're allowed to bend slightly, not in surrender, but in natural relaxation, like hinges that have stopped resisting motion. Your calves, those muscles built for walking across floors and roads, can now stop their constant readiness. Let them uncoil gently, as if waking from a long spell of standing too still. No need to push off or brace against anything. The feet don't have to lift you into the next moment. They're allowed to stay where they are, supported by the mattress, anchored by gravity. Your feet, those final points of contact with the world are not required to be ready for action anymore. Let them soften from heel to toe, not collapsing, but surrendering their effort. The arches can let go of their tension, the way a bowstring relaxes after being drawn too long. Your heels press gently into the surface beneath you, not because they need to hold anything up, but because that's where weight naturally settles when it stops fighting. Now, feel your entire body, not as separate parts, but as one continuous field of sensation and release. Not trying to be any particular shape or state, just allowing itself to exist exactly as it is. A physical presence in the quiet dark, held by gravity, cradled by the bed, supported by silence. There's no demand here for you to change, no instruction, no outcome expected. Let your attention drift, not searching for anything, not chasing peace, but simply resting wherever it lands. Let it settle into the texture of stillness, like dust settling on a shelf after a storm has passed. Not because anything was cleaned, but because everything just stopped moving. There's no need to fix this moment, no reason to hurry towards sleep. You're not behind. You're not failing. There is no finish line here, only the slow unfolding of release, breath by breath, muscle by muscle, bone by bone. Feel how your body isn't resisting anymore, not fighting gravity, not bracing against time, not holding on for safety. It's just letting go, not in a sudden way, but in layers, like peeling back a series of old coats one after another, each layer lighter than the last, each revealing more space beneath. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You're simply here in this moment where rest is already possible, where surrender isn't weakness, but wisdom, a choice that doesn't require effort. Just presence. Let your breath continue, not faster, not slower, just existing as it does, quietly moving in and out, carrying with it the weight of every held tension you've carried today, not erasing anything, but allowing it to pass through without resistance. And now, let your awareness drift deeper, not toward a goal, but simply into the softness beneath thought, into the space where words no longer matter, where labels like tired or wired fall away because they're no longer true. Not because you've changed, but because you don't need to be anything at all. Just here. And if a part of your body still holds, just notice it. Not with judgment, not with correction. Just acknowledge its presence, like an old friend who stayed too long. You don't have to say goodbye tonight, but you're allowed to let go, one breath at a time. Your shoulders still hold the memory of lifting something that was never theirs to carry. Not heavy, exactly, but present. A subtle pressure at the base of your skull where tension has taken root like moss on stone. You don't have to unlearn how you've stood all day. There's no need to return to a posture that doesn't serve you now. The body remembers more than thought does. How it felt when it leaned forward, when it turned away from fatigue, when it tightened its grip, just in case the moment might slip. But this is not that time. This is the space after the weight has been set down. Let your upper back, those long muscles between your shoulder blades, not so much relax as begin to unravel. Not with force, but with patience. Like thread coming loose from a seam that's been stitched too tightly for hours. There's no rush to make it smooth again. Just let the pull of gravity help loosen what is held fast through effort and habit. Your spine is not required to stay upright in any rigid way. It can bend slightly, just enough so that each vertebra feels less like a wall between you and stillness, and more like a quiet chain linking one part of your body to another. Your arms are no longer braced against the edge of something unseen. They don't need to be ready for an alarm or a knock at the door. Let them fall, not with collapse, but with release. Like heavy fabric that's been hanging in air too long. Finally, allowed to drift downward without resistance. The elbows can soften their angle. The forearms, those tools built for pushing, holding, reaching, can let go of their readiness, not because they failed, but because they're no longer called upon. Now feel the space between your shoulder blades, the small hollow where tension often settles like dust in a forgotten corner. That place, doesn't have to stay tight or alert. It can open slowly, not in an effort to stretch or fix, but simply because it's safe enough to do so. Let it fill with quiet, not with air exactly, but with permission. The body knows when it's allowed to soften where it once clenched. Your hands, those instruments of touch and task, are no longer needed for anything urgent. They don't have to grip the sheets or press into something solid. They can rest on your chest, palms up, fingers loose, not curled in anticipation, not waiting for a signal. The knuckles are allowed to unclench without guilt. Each joint, small as they are, is free from the demand to act. There's no need for precision now, no need to be useful. Let them sink into their own shape, their natural curve when left alone, unasked of anything. Not a surrender, but a return, like roots returning to soil after being pulled too far above ground. The fingers don't have to straighten or curl. They can simply be soft at the tips, warm in the pads, no longer shaped by purpose. The breath moves through you still, steady, unhurried, as if it has found a rhythm that doesn't require effort. It comes and goes, not because you're trying to control it, but because your body is remembering how to breathe without permission. You don't have to guide the inhale or lengthen the exhale, though they continue on their own, naturally deeper than before. Now focus on the space behind your eyes, the area that often holds a kind of watchful tension. Not pain, not strain, but presence in service of being alert when you didn't want to be. That quiet vigilance at the front of your skull can ease now. The muscles around your brow, those thin bands that pull inward when you're concentrating or overwhelmed, can let go without consequence. There's no one watching for mistakes here. No need to stay sharp. Let the eyelids soften, not in sleep, but in release. Not falling shut with force, but drifting down like curtains drawn at night. Not because they've been commanded, but because the light has already gone out inside you. The eyes don't have to see anything now. They can rest without being asked to stay open. The tongue, long silent through hours of forced calm or suppressed thought, can find its own place in your mouth, not pressed against the roof, not clenched at the back, but simply resting where it belongs, low and quiet, like a stone beneath still water. No need to speak, no need to form words that no one hears. It's allowed to be still. Your jaw, the hinge of so many unspoken frustrations, can loosen its grip, not with drama or effort, but with the kind of ease that comes after years of holding on too long. The teeth don't have to stay closed. They can part slightly, not in a yawn, but in quiet acknowledgement. I am here, and I do not need to protect myself anymore. The muscles beneath your ears, those small ones that tighten when you're thinking or anxious, can loosen like wires left untwisted after being wound too tight. The back of your neck, so often stiff with the weight of carrying attention forward, can surrender its stiffness, not to weakness, but to gravity's invitation. Let it feel the space between your head and shoulders, not as resistance, but as room. A gap where tension once lived, now filled only with stillness. Now, notice how your breath continues. Not faster, not slower, just present, as if each inhale is a quiet signal that you are here, and each exhale is an answering whisper. Yes, I am letting go. The body doesn't need to be told twice. It knows when it can stop resisting. Let the next few breaths move without direction, like ripples in a pool after a stone has been dropped and settled beneath the surface. No intention behind them, just motion that follows its own gentle path. And with each one, feel how your ribs don't have to rise so high to allow air through. They can settle lower, not because they're failing, but because they've earned rest. The low back, often a place of accumulated strain from sitting too long or standing in discomfort, can soften not by pushing forward into relaxation, but by letting gravity take over. There's no need to arch or flatten. Just let the muscles along your spine loosen their hold on tension, like leaves releasing after winter. The pelvis can rest where it is, not lifted, not taut, but simply supported. Your hips, the center of so much movement and force, can relax into their natural alignment, not because they're broken, but because they don't have to carry the weight of your day anymore, they are allowed to release the subtle grip that's held them tight through hours of effort, worry, or motion. The thighs, those pillars built for walking and standing, can stop being ready. The quads don't need to stay firm. The hamstrings can uncoil from their constant tension, no longer preparing for a step forward, no longer bracing against the next moment. They are simply allowed to rest, not in failure, but in permission. And now, feel your entire body not as separate parts that have been released one by one, but as a single field of sensation shifting downward, not falling, not collapsing, just sinking into what holds you. The mattress is not beneath you, it's with you. It has accepted the shape you've made through hours of lying awake. And now, in this quiet, it supports every curve, every contour. There's no need for your body to prove anything. No demand to be light or heavy, relaxed or alert. You don't have to earn being here. Just are. The silence around you isn't empty. It's full of the kind of stillness that comes after effort is over. Not because it's perfect, but because there's nothing left to do. Let your awareness drift, not toward a feeling, not toward sleep, but simply into the soft edge between sensation and thought. There's no need to name what you're experiencing. No label needed for this quiet. It doesn't require proof or explanation. You don't have to understand it to be in it. The space behind your rib cage, the center of breath and feeling, can open not as a goal, but as a natural unfolding. Like the slow uncurling of a fern after rain, not because you're trying to change it, but because the body is finally allowed to return to its own rhythm. Your arms lie now not as weapons held at the ready, nor as tools still gripping effort, but as things that have been released into softness. Fingers uncurled, palms open to what is already here. The space between your wrists and forearms no longer carries the strain of holding on. It can be light without being useless. Your elbows, those small joints once locked in readiness can let go of their tension, not by collapsing, but by simply allowing gravity to meet them where they are. There's no need to reposition, no demand for perfection. Just a quiet surrendering into the way your body naturally rests when it knows it is safe. The skin along your arms, the thin layer that has been alert all day, can now feel not as stretched taut by vigilance, but as open to touch. Even just the weight of air brushing past. Let your hands lie where they are, not striving for shape or stillness, but allowing their own resting form. The tendons in your wrists needn't resist the pull of gravity. They can let it move them gently downward without fear. And when you notice that tiny tremor at the edge of a finger, that's not resistance. It's release. A signal from somewhere deep inside that something has finally been allowed to stop holding. Let it be. No correction needed. Now, feel your shoulders. Those high, tense shelves where so much attention once gathered, no longer needing to lift or protect. They are not failing by lowering. They are simply returning to their true position. A quiet alignment with the spine, held in place not by force, but by support. The muscles along the sides of your neck, the ones that have been working overtime, keeping your head up through fatigue, are no longer required to maintain vigilance. Let them soften like cloth left out in moonlight, slowly loosening, slowly becoming less defined by tension. Your upper back, the space between shoulder blades, is not a site of effort anymore. It doesn't need to be firm or rigid to hold itself together. It can open slightly, as if unzipping after days of being sealed shut. Not for appearance, not for posture, but because the body no longer needs to brace against unseen pressure. The muscles there are allowed their own rhythm now, a soft expansion with each breath, then gentle release. Like water filling a bowl that has finally stopped needing to be guarded. Now, bring attention inward, not to thoughts or emotions, but to sensation as it moves through your torso. Notice how the surface of your chest doesn't have to rise high just to breathe. It can rest lower, closer to your ribs, the way it does when you're not performing for anyone and don't need to signal alertness. The space beneath your sternum is no longer a place that contracts with worry or anticipation. It can remain open, not as effort, but as permission. Beneath that, the belly lies not tense from holding down anxiety, nor bloated from stress, but calm. The abdominal wall doesn't have to tighten just because you're awake. It can soften like soil after rain, no longer resisting, no longer guarding. Your diaphragm, the deep muscle beneath your lungs, isn't working harder. It's simply allowed to move with the natural ebb and flow of breath without interference. And now, feel how your pelvis is not a source of tension, but a center point, like the base of a tree that doesn't need to fight against wind. The sacrum, the bone nestled between your hips, isn't being held up by effort. It's resting in its natural curve, supported by both the spine and the ground below. There's no demand for alignment or correction, just stillness. Your legs, those long limbs built for motion, are not required to be ready anymore. The quadriceps are not on duty. They can unclench from their constant low-grade tension as if they've been told you may stop. The hamstrings, once tight with forward focus, don't need to stay pulled taut against the next step. They can stretch out gently, not to reach anything, but simply because there is nowhere else to go. The knees, those small pivots that have carried your weight for hours, are not stiff or fragile. They are relaxed. The tendons around them aren't bracing against impact. They're quiet. And the ankles, they don't need to grip the edge of the bed or hold themselves in place. Let them soften. Let them release the subtle tension that has built up from standing too long, sitting too still, walking through fatigue. Now, let your attention drift not upward into thought, nor downward into urgency, but across the surface of your body, as if tracing a map made of warmth and weight. Each point you notice is not a flaw to fix, not an area needing correction. It's just present. A place where sensation lives without judgment. Let your awareness move slowly from one part to another, not searching for anything, but simply attending. There's no need to deepen the breath or lengthen it. Just let it be as it is. Steady, quiet, unhurried. As if the air has learned how to flow through you without resistance. Like a stream finding its own path after days of being blocked. And now, feel your skin not as something that needs protection, but as an organ of reception. Not vulnerable, not exposed, but open. It's not afraid of touch because there is no threat here. The surface of your body isn't a boundary to defend. It's the edge where stillness begins. You don't have to guard what you feel. You can simply be in it. The air around you, cool but not cold, isn't moving through space with purpose. It just exists, drifting slowly over skin that no longer tenses when it brushes past. There's no need to react, no alert, just quiet passage. And your ears, are they listening for danger? No, they're simply receiving sound as it comes. Distant traffic, the soft hum of a refrigerator, the faint creak of wood settling in the house, not as threats, but as background, as proof that this place is safe, that you are not alone, and no one here needs to be warned now. Let your attention settle into the space just beneath your ribs. Where breath meets stillness, the center where movement begins and ends without needing explanation. Not a goal, just a point of return. A quiet hub where all sensation flows in and out with ease. And when you notice that faint pulse behind your sternum, the one you don't usually feel, it doesn't need to be ignored or amplified. It's just there, steady as the earth underfoot. No message to send, no call to action, just being. Let your hips, those wide bones that have carried so much of your life's momentum, finally rest in their own space. Not compressed by sitting too long, not strained from standing too straight. They are allowed their natural width, their softness, their quiet presence. There's no need to adjust or align. Just be. And the small muscles around your eyes, the ones that have been narrowed with focus, squinting through strain, can stop working so hard. Your eyelids don't need to stay open against fatigue. They can drift closed, not as surrender, but as invitation to what is already here. Let the corners of your mouth soften, not into a smile, not into effort, but into stillness. Not because you're happy, but because there's no reason to frown anymore. And now, feel how gravity isn't pulling you down. It's holding you. Like a hand placed gently on your shoulder when you've been walking too long. You don't need to resist it. You don't have to stop it from doing its work. It can take the weight of everything that has been carried and let go, not with collapse, but with care. The bed beneath you, this place where so many nights have passed in motion, is no longer a surface to be escaped from or endured. It's part of your body now, a soft companion, an extension of the ground itself. And you are sinking into it, not falling, not crashing, but settling, like dust after wind. There's no need for speed, no urgency, just this slow unspooling of breath, of muscle, of attention. And when you notice a flicker in your awareness, the ghost of a thought trying to rise, you don't have to pull it back. You can let it pass through like smoke across water, not caught, not followed, not labeled. It's just movement, not yours, not the body's, but something that happens in the space between. Let the quiet between breaths stretch like a thread pulled gently through still water, long enough that the space itself begins to feel alive, not filled, not crowded, just present, as if time has slowed its step, so you can notice what it leaves behind. The soft weight of air pressing against your chest when you pause. The way warmth pools in the hollows beneath your collarbones, like a held breath, returning slowly. The faint shift where skin meets muscle, not tense, but receptive, ready to receive without resistance. There's no demand here, no reason to perform or prove anything. Your body isn't being asked to do more than what it already knows how to do. Exist in stillness. Be held by gravity. Allow itself to sink into the shape of rest. And so, let your shoulders, those familiar knots drawn up like a fortress wall, begin to lower not with force, but with permission. Not because they've earned this release, but simply because they are allowed to fall away from effort. No need to push them down. Just notice how their weight begins to change. Not lessened, but redistributed, as if the bones beneath have remembered where they belong. Not lifted in tension, not clenched against pressure, but resting on a bed of quiet acceptance. Now, feel your arms not as tools for holding or reaching, not as instruments that must stay ready, but as extensions of this moment. Let them lie heavy at your sides, the palms turned up like hands that have finally stopped catching what was never theirs to keep. The fingers, those small, restless things, can rest in their own shape now, curled just slightly from habit, but no longer strained into readiness. They don't need to grip anything, not even thought. Let them drift, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply be where they are. The space between your fingers is wide and open, not because you've loosened them, but because there's nothing left to hold. The air passes through freely, as if it were meant to live in the gaps. There's no need for closure, no reason to curl inward. You're not protecting anything, not even yourself. And so, let your wrists, those joints that have turned toward resistance all day, soften into their natural angle, not stiff from stiffness, but relaxed by letting go. The tendons beneath the skin are quiet now, not taut with anticipation or tension, but resting in the stillness between motion and rest. Now, shift attention to your jaw, the place where effort often gathers without warning. There's no need to clench it shut, no reason to keep teeth locked together like a door sealed against noise. You can let the muscles unknit slowly, not with a snap, but as if they were threads that had been pulled taut for so long, now finally allowed to return to their original length. The back of your throat, those small muscles that tighten when you're trying not to speak, or not to cry is no longer on alert. It doesn't have to brace against what's coming next. There's nothing demanding a response. Just silence. And in that silence, the tongue can lie flat, not pressed against teeth, not pushing forward with urgency, but simply resting in its own space, as if it were born to be still. And your eyes, those wide windows you've kept half open for hours, are no longer scanning, searching, assessing. They don't need to read anything or warn of danger. You can let them close, not out of exhaustion, not because you're giving in, but because they are finally safe enough to rest without guilt. The lids meet gently, like two hands that have been holding their breath for too long, now coming together with relief. No force, just the soft weight of surrender. A loud welcome. Now, fill your belly, not as a place of tension or dread, but as an organ of release. Not tight from worry, not hollowed out by effort, but full in its own way, full of air that rises and falls without demand. Let it rise with each inhale, softly, like a slow tide coming in, and then fall, not quickly, not forcefully, but with the quiet dignity of something returning to where it belongs. There's no need to control it. No instruction needed. It can move as it pleases, because you've already decided this body is allowed to be soft, allowed to breathe without needing to prove anything. And your lower back, the small curve that has carried so many hours of sitting, standing, holding, is not a burden anymore. You don't have to keep it straight or proud. It doesn't need to stay stiff to protect you from collapse. Let it soften into its own natural alignment, like soil settling after rain. Not sinking, but yielding in the way that only matter can when it's no longer fighting gravity. The muscles around your spine are not resisting. They're simply there, part of the landscape now, not a barrier between you and rest. Your hips, the wide basin where so much has passed, are finally allowed to open, not as a gesture, but as an inevitability. Not because you've tried harder today, but because you're no longer trying at all. They don't need to be tightened for balance or posture. The pelvis can release its grip on the spine, not letting go in panic, but in trust. Like roots that have finally stopped pushing upward and begun to sink deeper into earth. And your legs, those long supports of motion, are not here to carry you anywhere tonight. They don't need to be ready for standing or walking. Let them lie where they are, long, relaxed, heavy with the truth that no one is waiting for them to move. The calves can soften, the ankles uncurl, the feet release their grip on the air beneath them, not because they failed, but because they have earned stillness. Now, feel your back against the mattress, not as a surface you're lying on, but as a place where pressure meets acceptance. The bed is not resisting you, nor are you fighting it. You're neither sinking nor rising, just being held, as if the fabric beneath has learned how to cradle your shape, not by changing itself, but by letting you be what you already are. And below that, the floor, not far away, not out of reach. The ground is there, solid and quiet, supporting everything above it, including this moment. You don't have to feel it directly, but know it's beneath, a slow, steady presence, like the pulse in your foot when you've been standing too long. Only now, that pulse isn't rushing forward. It's settling, like water finding its level after disturbance. Now, let yourself be carried, not by effort, but by gravity, not as an enemy, but as a companion. The same force that once made you tense and brace itself is no longer your adversary. It has become the hand on your shoulder when you've walked too far, not pushing you down, not pulling you under, but holding you in place so you can stop pretending to be strong. There's no need for resistance anymore. No reason to stay upright. Your body isn't breaking. It's simply returning to its own rhythm, to the way it was meant to lie when all tasks are done and all thoughts have passed through like clouds. Let your breath continue, long, soft, unhurried, not because you're trying to make it that way, but because this moment is allowing it to be so. Each exhale longer than the last, not by force, but by space. As if there's more room now for silence to grow between movements. And in that space, between one breath and the next, you don't have to fill it with anything. You don't need a thought, a memory, an image. Just be. Not happy, not sad, not anxious, not peaceful, but here, in this body, this moment, this weight of stillness resting on you like sunlight after rain, warm, not pressing, just present. There's no task to complete, no outcome to reach. The night isn't waiting for you to finish anything. It doesn't care how long you stay in this space, where effort is dissolved and surrender is not defeat, but a return to what was always true. That your body knows how to rest when it's allowed to stop being afraid. Let the edges of awareness soften, not fade, but blur like ink dropped into water, not disappearing, just becoming less defined. No need to hold on. No reason to stay sharp. You're not slipping away. You're simply sinking deeper into yourself, where movement is no longer necessary and stillness isn't empty. Let your spine settle into its own curve, the natural arc that wasn't built for performance or posture, but for balance. Not a straight line, never meant to be rigid. It's not supposed to hold you up. It's supposed to let you down. The vertebrae aren't stacked like bricks to keep you standing. They're arranged like beads on a string, each one resting in the space behind the last, allowing motion without effort, alignment without strain. You don't have to maintain it. It doesn't require your attention. It's simply there, holding its shape, because that's what bones do when they aren't being asked to carry more than their weight. And you're not carrying anything now. The hours of standing, the moments of leaning forward into tasks, the way you've held yourself in front of people, all of it has passed through like footfall on a floor that no longer remembers your steps. Your body isn't resisting gravity anymore. It's resting within it, as if finally understanding that falling is not failure, but release. Your hands, let them be what they are, not tools, not instruments of control or preparation, just flesh and bone, unclaimed by purpose for a while. They don't need to do anything. No one expects them to open, to close, to grip, to write, to hold someone else's hand. They can lie where they've fallen, palm up on the sheet, fingers loose like threads dropped from a loom. Not empty, not useless, just present. The way your skin folds at the joints tells its own story. Not of tension or readiness, but of surrender. You don't have to smooth it out. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. Let them feel their own weight now, how they rest without effort, like stones in a slow-moving stream, rounded by time, not shaped by will. Your shoulders still there, high and tight from the day's burden, not because you're strong, but because your body learned to brace before it knew peace. That tension wasn't failure, it was protection. But now, that need has passed. The threat is gone. No one is watching. No voice is demanding more. So let them drop, not in collapse, but in release. Like a curtain finally drawn back from a window no longer needed. Not falling down, just unclenching. Letting go of the idea that they must stay elevated to be useful. They don't have to hold up your chest or shield your heart anymore. They can just be shoulders, fleshy, warm, soft places where the weight of day once rested. Now they're allowed to sink, not from fatigue, but because there's no longer a reason to rise. And when you feel that shift, the slight release at the base of the neck, the way your collarbones begin to soften into the air, don't try to hold it. Don't name it or analyze it. Just let it be part of what is happening beneath the surface. A small letting go in a place where big changes are being made without fanfare. There's no need for triumph here, no victory lap. The body isn't winning anything. It's simply stopping fighting. Your jaw still clenched, not from anger, not from pain, but because it learned to stay tight when the world felt loud or uncertain. You don't have to unclench it with force. Don't try to open your mouth like you're yawning. That isn't what this is about. This is about letting go of the pressure behind the teeth, the constant, low hum of readiness that never turned off. Let the muscles around your face soften, not because they failed, but because they've been given permission to rest. The tongue can lie still in its corner. No need to speak. No memory to recall. Just be quiet, as if it's learned how silence feels, not as absence, but as a presence of its own. And your eyes, behind closed lids, are not searching anymore. They don't have to scan the room for danger or check whether you're still in control. The light isn't sharp. The shadows aren't hiding anything. There's no need to look behind walls. You are not expected to be alert, aware, ready. Your gaze doesn't need a target. It can drift, like smoke in a draft, not seeking anything, just moving with the current of stillness. Let your breath continue, and notice how it changes without you doing anything to make it change. Not faster, not slower, but softer, as if each exhalation is leaving behind not only air, but something heavier, the residue of worry, of planning, of past moments that don't belong here anymore. The longer you exhale, the more room there becomes for what comes after. Not thought, not sensation, just space and your belly, soft beneath your ribs, isn't being used to brace or hold anything in. It's not keeping your center tight so you can stand straight. It's simply breathing with you, rising and falling like a quiet tide that doesn't need to be managed. You don't have to protect it. There's no threat coming from inside. No need to tighten against anxiety or fear. Let it soften into the air, as if it's been waiting for this moment of not having anything to defend. The small muscles around your eyes, those tight bands that held attention through hours of screen light, of reading, of watching too much, are allowed to melt away now, not because you've forgotten what they were doing, but because the task is done. No one needs you to stay sharp anymore. You can close them not with effort, but with surrender. Let your lids rest like paper on water, gentle, yielding, without resistance. And below it all, your hips and pelvis, those wide supports that once held posture through fatigue, are finally allowed to release their grip on the spine. No need to stay lifted or aligned for someone else's benefit. They can settle into the mattress not as a foundation, but as an anchor, not trying to hold anything up, but simply being where they are. Your lower back, where tension often gathers like dust in corners, is no longer asked to support your weight. It doesn't have to stay straight or rigid. Let it soften into the curve beneath you, as if the bones themselves have learned that they don't need to fight for space. The muscles along the spine can stretch, not out of effort, but because there's nothing pushing against them anymore. Let this moment expand not by adding anything, but by removing what no longer belongs. Not a single thought, not one memory, not one expectation, just the quiet hum of being, body and breath and stillness all together in the same place, without needing to do anything at all. And when you feel that shift, the way your body begins to sink into the bed, not as descent, but as return. No, it's not failure. It's not slipping away. It's simply remembering how to be held. The mattress isn't supporting you. It's receiving you. Like soil accepting a seed. Like water cradling a stone. You don't have to earn this rest. You're already in it. Let your arms lie at your sides, no longer stiff or tense, just there. Not reaching forward, not holding anything back. The skin along the inside of your elbows is warm and soft. It doesn't need to be guarded. No one will touch you here unless you want them to. And even then, that's not now. Your wrists, once so often bent in service, are relaxed now. The tendons aren't taut from gripping pens or holding handles. They're just resting, letting the blood flow freely through places that were once blocked by effort. There's no need to make them useful. They don't have to prove anything. And your fingers, those small instruments of touch and expression, can be still. Not broken, not inactive, just present. As if they've been waiting for this, the chance to stop being used and simply exist. Let the weight in each limb grow, not as burden, but as permission. The heavier you feel, the more you're allowed to stay right where you are. No need to move, no obligation to wake up or stand back into motion. You don't have to be anything other than what your body is at this moment. Soft, quiet, accepting. And beneath it all, the ground is still there. Not far away, not unreachable. It's not a place you need to return to. But if you want to feel it, imagine how the floor supports every house, every room, every breath taken inside. It doesn't complain about weight. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It just holds. Your breath continues without direction now. Just a slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, as though the air itself has learned how to move gently, like water finding its level. There's no goal in the inhale, no urgency in the exhale. You're not guiding it. It's guiding you towards stillness, towards softness, toward the quiet place where even thought can rest. Let your feet be what they've always been, grounded, not rooted in effort, but resting in their own natural shape. The arches of your feet aren't meant to carry a lifetime of walking or standing on edges. They don't have to hold up a whole day's weight anymore. Let them soften into the bed, not sinking through it, but meeting it as equals, like two hands folding together at rest. Your ankles, those small hinges that turned so many times during the course of hours, are not required to keep you upright. No one is watching. No one needs to know how steady or unshaken you've been. You can let go of the need to be seen as strong. The tendons there release, like threads loosening after being pulled too long. There's no tension in your heels anymore. Just warmth, just weight, just presence. Feel how your legs are allowed to separate, not from effort, but simply because They don't have to stay together. No need to brace against anything. No reason to keep them pressed or aligned. They can lie as they were born, slightly apart, open, unguarded. Let the inner thighs relax into their own space, the kind of softness that doesn't apologize for taking up room. And your knees, those joints that held so many positions, sitting still, standing long, bending low, they don't have to do anything now. They can just be. No demand on them to stay straight or keep flexed. The skin behind the knees is warm and quiet, not stretched, not tense. It's allowed to breathe. Your thighs, the muscles that carried you from one place to another, can let go of their grip. There's no mission left, no distance left to cover. You don't have to get anywhere else tonight. Let them unclench, not as a victory, but as an invitation to rest. The flesh along the inside and back of your thighs isn't resisting motion anymore. It's not waiting for action. It's simply part of you, held in place by gravity, supported by the bed, held in trust. Now, shift your attention to the space between your legs, the hollow where tension often gathers when you're trying to stay still, but aren't really allowing it. That small pocket beneath your pelvis isn't meant to tighten with anxiety or pride. It's not a place to hide. It's just empty space, and that emptiness is okay. You don't have to fill it. Don't try to fix it. Just let the air in there settle, like dust finally stilling after years of movement. Your spine, so long an axis for control and posture, can now stop being a line of tension. It doesn't need to stay straight or rigid. Let each vertebra rest, not against pressure, but against softness. The curve at your lower back isn't broken. It's just been asked to do too much. Now, it can return to its natural shape, as if the body has finally remembered what a spine feels like when it's no longer being used as armor. And above that, your rib cage, not lifted in effort, not pulled forward with breath held too tight. The edges of your ribs soften into their own place against the air. They don't have to rise for someone else's benefit. No one is listening. No performance required. Just let them float. like leaves resting on a still pond. Your chest, so often taught from carrying thoughts or holding back words, can open not with force, but with surrender. Not because you've decided to be vulnerable, but because the body has chosen not to fight anymore. The breath moves through you without demand. It doesn't have to come deep. It doesn't need to fill every corner. Just move. Your shoulders, those high towers that carried the weight of 1,000 small burdens, are no longer asked to carry anything. Let them drop, not as failure, but as return. Not downward into collapse, but toward rest. Like stones finally released from the hands that held them too long. They don't have to be above your spine anymore. They can just fall. And when they do, when they release their grip on elevation and begin to sink, you might notice how much lighter everything feels. Not because you've done something, but because the body has stopped trying to keep itself together. Let your arms lie where they are, not stiff, not reaching, not holding, but simply present at your sides. The skin along your forearms is no longer taut with readiness. It's soft. It's quiet. There's no reason for it to be tight or alert. No one will ask you to lift anything now. Your hands, those tools of making and doing, are allowed to stop being useful. Not because they're useless, but because their purpose isn't needed here. Let your palms turn gently toward the bed, not up in expectation, not curled into fists, but open, like soil waiting for rain. The fingers don't have to grip anything. They can just rest, each one a quiet witness to this moment. And beneath all of it, the deep center where so many stories are built and carried, the core muscles that once held you upright through exhaustion now unspool like rope from a spool, slowly releasing tension after years of being wound too tight. There's no need for them to contract anymore. No one is asking you to hold yourself together. Just let your belly soften, not as weakness, but as safety. The space inside isn't empty because it failed to carry something. It's full of stillness, of air, of the quiet hum that lives just beneath thought. Let it breathe not with effort, but with ease. Now imagine how deep this softening goes. Not into a hole, but into a kind of warmth. Not into nothing, but into being. The body isn't falling apart. It's returning to its original shape, its true form, the one that never asked for permission, just existed quietly beneath all the doing. This is not collapse. This is not surrender and defeat. This is arrival. You can feel it now, not as a thought, but as a sensation. Your body isn't resisting anymore. It's receiving. The bed holds you not because it has to, but because it knows how. Like a river holding a stone that no longer wants to move. And the air around you, this quiet space where all the noise of the day has gone, isn't just empty. It's full of permission, full of silence that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to respond. You don't have to explain yourself. There's no one here to hear you, even if you spoke. So let your thoughts drift, not like waves crashing, but like smoke rising slowly into a still sky. Not stuck in place, not clinging, just moving. Let them go, not by pushing, but simply by ceasing to hold on. You're not trying to stop thinking. You're just letting it be what it is, without needing to fix it, without needing to change it. The mind doesn't have to do anything now. It can rest too, like the body, like the breath. And if you notice a sensation anywhere, don't name it, don't analyze it. Just let it exist as part of this moment. A warmth in your foot? Let it be. A tightness behind your eye? Let it remain. Not to fix it, but to acknowledge that it's here. And still, you are not running from it. The room doesn't care about what happened today. It doesn't remember the stress or the fatigue. It only knows this. You are here now. And for now, nothing else is required. Let your awareness settle like a feather, floating down through air. Slow, unhurried, unforced, not searching for anything, not reaching towards sleep, just Being in this space with this body, breathing without agenda. You don't have to be present in the way you were earlier. You don't need to listen or observe or respond. Your attention isn't a tool anymore. It's just resting, like your hands on your sides, like your feet on the mattress, like your breath beneath your ribs. And as this quiet deepens, you might notice how the edges of your body begin to blur, not into nothingness, but into belonging. You aren't separate from the bed. You aren't apart from the air. You're not inside a cage made of skin and bone. You are part of this moment. Your breath continues to lengthen, not because you're forcing it, but because your body has found its own rhythm. Deepening, settling, like water finding the lowest point of a basin. The air moves through you without resistance now, entering softly, leaving slowly, as if each exhale is a quiet release of something that no longer belongs to you. There's no urgency in it, no demand, just motion that feels natural, as though your lungs have remembered what they've been waiting for all along. Feel how the space beneath your shoulders, where tension used to gather like dust in corners, begins to soften, not with effort, but simply because there is nothing left to carry. The muscles around your spine unhook themselves from their long-held vigil, one by one, as if remembering that stillness isn't a reward for hard work, but the default setting of being human. You don't have to earn it. It's already here. Let your arms lie where they are. No need to shift them into some better position. They're not failing you. They've been holding on through everything. Emails left unanswered, decisions made in haste, conversations that took more than they gave. And now, at last, they can just be. Not useful, not needed, just present. Notice how your hands rest, not open like surrender, nor clenched like defense, but simply there, palms down, fingers lightly curled into the shape of ease, as if they've been waiting for this moment to remember their own weight. You don't need them to grip anything anymore. They can let go, not because something's broken, but because everything is working just fine. Your feet are warm now, Just a little warmth spreading from your soles up through the arches and into your ankles, like sunlight reaching under soil after rain. It's not bright or urgent, just present. A quiet kind of heat that says you're safe enough to feel this. No need to check if it's real or imagined. Let it be just warmth. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, let your attention drift down through the length of your legs, not as a mission, not as an inspection, but like light sinking into water. The tension in your thighs, it doesn't have to vanish. It can just settle, like leaves drifting down to rest on the bottom of a stream. You aren't pushing it away, you're letting it be held by stillness. Your hips, those heavy, quiet anchors, begin to release their grip on time itself. They don't need to hold your posture anymore. No one is watching. The ground beneath you isn't judging how you sit or lie. It only knows what's true. That weight is meant to be received, not carried. Let your pelvis soften into the mattress as though it's been waiting for this moment. This softening of gravity, where pressure becomes comfort. The small of your back, the place where fatigue used to gather like cold air, now feels like a valley filled with stillness, not empty, but full of quiet presence. The muscles there don't need to tense. They don't have to brace for the next step. There's no terrain ahead that demands resistance, just space. And within that space, you are allowed to be soft. Now, let your awareness move through your torso, not as a search, not as an analysis, but like a current passing over rock, leaving behind nothing but smoothness. The ribs aren't holding anything in anymore. They're breathing freely, rising and falling with no agenda. Your chest isn't trying to protect you. It's just opening, gently, naturally, as if it finally realizes there is no threat here. The area around your heart, the place where so many hopes and fears have been stored, is not a fortress anymore, not a wound, just breath, a quiet space that doesn't need to be defended. You can feel the softness in your chest, not as absence, but as presence, as if something has finally returned home. Your jaw, those small muscles at the base of your skull, are no longer clenched tight against pressure. They don't even remember. They're not fighting anyone, not guarding anything. Just letting go. The tongue rests gently on the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not resisting, but simply existing in its own quiet place. And behind your eyes, those small windows that have been scanning for danger all day. The muscles relax into softness. You don't need to see clearly now. There's no threat to identify, no one to recognize or avoid. The lids are heavy and still, not closed, but resting, not in sleep, not in wakefulness, but somewhere between, where being is enough. You're not trying to escape this moment. You're not chasing anything beyond it. There's no destination, just the slow unfolding of release, like a door that has been stuck for years, finally opening on its own, without force, without effort, because the latch simply gave way under the weight of time and stillness. The air around you is thick with silence, not empty, not dead, but full of unspoken permission. It doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't need your thoughts to be clean or peaceful. It only asks that you stop resisting it, that you let yourself sink into the quiet like a stone sinking through slow water. Your body isn't collapsing, it's returning. Returning not to some past version of itself, but to what has always been beneath all the doing. A presence that doesn't need validation, that doesn't require performance, that simply is. There's no right way for this to feel, no correct shape to achieve. You aren't being tested. There's nothing you must become or fix. Just allow your limbs to grow heavier, not because of gravity alone, but because your nervous system has decided you are safe enough to rest. Imagine the bed not as a surface beneath you, but as an embrace, not holding you up, but holding you in like something that knows exactly how to support what's been carrying too much for too long. And if any part of you still feels tight, anywhere at all, don't try to fix it. Don't name it or chase it away. Just let it be there, and then let your attention drift past it, as though moving through a room where one corner is dimmer than the rest. But that's okay. The light isn't missing anything. Let yourself feel not only the softening of muscles, but also the quiet hum beneath them. The subtle current of life that doesn't need to be noticed to exist. It pulses on its own, steady and unchanging, like a heartbeat no one hears, but everyone feels. Your skin is not a boundary anymore. It's an invitation to warmth, to air, to stillness. You're not separate from the room. You're part of it, like breath in a space where no sound is needed. No words, no explanations. Now let your thoughts drift, not like birds fleeing, but like clouds passing over open fields. They don't need to be stopped or controlled. They can move across your awareness and disappear without leaving a trace. If one returns, so what? Just let it pass, like wind through trees in late evening, not stirring anything, just moving. You're allowed to forget things now. You don't have to remember the day's demands or the words that didn't come out right. They aren't needed here. This moment doesn't depend on your memory, your performance, your ability to handle it all. There's no one listening, no one judging, not even yourself. Just this breath, this weight, this quiet, where you are not expected to do anything. And as the minutes pass, slow and unhurried, you might notice how your awareness begins to thin, like ink dissolving in water, not fading, not disappearing, just becoming less distinct, less focused, more present in a way that doesn't require effort. You're not trying to reach sleep. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by the moment, by the softness beneath you, by the air around you, by the quiet hum of your own body, remembering how to rest. The edges of your form blur not into nothing, but into belonging. Not into loss, but into presence. Like a shadow that doesn't fight the light, but simply lets itself be held within it. You are not running from anything anymore. You're not trying to hide. You're just here in this quiet, with this body, breathing, letting go. And if you notice a sensation, any warmth, any shift, any subtle movement beneath the skin, don't pull away. Don't analyze it. Just let it exist as part of the silence, like a single note in an unwritten song. It doesn't need to mean anything. It just is. And if you find yourself noticing how your breath has slowed, how each out breath lingers just a little longer than before, as though your body is learning to pause without apology, you can let that be its own quiet signal. Not proof of progress, not evidence of effort, just a sign that the nervous system has found a rhythm it can trust. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with urgency anymore. It moves like water in a still pool, disturbed only by what's already there, by the gentle pulse beneath your ribs, by the soft expansion of air that enters without demand and leaves without resistance. You don't have to do anything about that breath. You're not fixing it. You're simply allowing it to return to its own natural tempo, like a river finding its way through stone after long drought. The lengthening isn't something you achieve. It's something your body remembers. It knows what it means when the air stays longer in the lungs, not because there's more to hold, but because there's no need to rush out. Now, let your hands rest where they are and notice how even their shape is softening, not relaxed yet. No, not quite, but already less defined. The edges of your fingers are beginning to blur into warmth, as though the skin isn't holding them in place anymore, but letting them float. There's no need to flatten them or spread them out. No instruction to do anything with them at all. They can lie exactly where they've landed. Slightly curved, palms open, fingertips just resting against the surface of your body, like leaves touched by a slow wind. Let that stillness in your hands be enough. Let it not mean something. Let it simply be an offering, the quiet surrender of muscle memory after hours of clenching, holding, preparing. You don't have to explain why they're open now. No one's asking you for proof. There is no account to keep. Just this warmth spreading through the base of your palms, like sunlight reaching a spot that hasn't felt it in days. And if there's still a tremor, just a tiny ripple beneath the surface, not from anxiety, not from tension, but simply because the body is releasing old pressure. Let it pass like steam rising from warm earth. It doesn't need to be named or contained. It can rise and vanish on its own without your help. Now bring attention down, not searching for anything, not looking for shifts, but letting it settle where you already are. Your lower back pressed into the bed, the line between vertebrae softening against the mattress's curve. There's no need to arch or flatten. No need to adjust. Just let your spine release its memory of posture, the way it held itself upright through meetings and obligations and unspoken expectations. Your pelvis is not carrying anything now. It isn't bracing for impact or waiting to be asked to do more. It rests like a stone in deep water, no longer needing to stay on the surface. And as your lower back softens, so does the space just above it. The small of your back where tension has lived like an unwelcome guest for weeks, maybe months. Let that area grow warm. Not because you're trying to heat it up, but because the blood is beginning to flow again in places that forgot how. There's no goal here, no relief to achieve, or tightness to erase. Just let the sensation be. A dull ache dissolving into warmth. like ice melting under sunlit stone. Now, feel your hips, not as bones, not as weight, but as part of a larger softening that begins at the spine and spreads outward. Your thighs are heavy. Yes, truly heavy. Not because they're tired, but because gravity is no longer fighting them. They lie on the bed like roots in soil, settled into place with no need to move or react. There's no urgency beneath your knees, no pressure to lift or tug. Let those joints just breathe. The flesh around them softening as though they're being slowly unburdened by time itself. And if there's any lingering stiffness near the tops of your legs, just behind the knees, where tension often hides in silence, let it be held gently by the weight of what's already here. You don't have to fix that sensation. You don't need to push through it or will it away. Just let it exist and then move on from it, like walking past a patch of shadows in the hallway and not turning back. Now, imagine your legs as part of a slow wave. Just one long movement, starting at your hips, flowing down through your thighs, along your shins, and into your feet, but without any force. Not rolling forward or pulling backward. Just allowing that motion to ripple outward from within, like warmth spreading in water after a stone is dropped. That wave doesn't need to reach the tips of your toes. It just needs to happen. Not for you. Not because it's useful, but simply as proof that movement still exists inside you, even when you're lying completely still. And if your feet feel numb or distant, like they belong to someone else, don't pull them back in. Don't try to reawaken them with effort. Just let their quiet be part of the moment. Let the lack of sensation be a kind of permission to not have to do anything, to not need to respond. There's no expectation that your body must feel good or whole or present, you're allowed to feel like you've drifted slightly out of reach and still be held by this space, still safe in this moment. Now, let your attention come back into your shoulders, those places where the day was carried, not just mentally, but physically, where muscles rose up as if protecting something fragile from impact. Let that memory stay, but don't dwell on it. Don't reenact it. Just notice how they're no longer climbing toward your ears. They are settling slowly, quietly, like two heavy bags that have finally been set down after a long walk through rain. They aren't falling into the bed. They're melting into it, not collapsing, but becoming part of its support structure. There's room between your shoulders and your neck now, space where pressure used to live. And as that space grows, so does the softness beneath your collarbones. The skin there no longer feels tight. It feels open, like a doorway left slightly ajar for breath to pass through. And if you feel warmth spreading across your chest, not from effort or intention, but because the body is beginning to release its grip on itself, just let it be. Don't ask where it comes from. Don't label it as relaxation, healing, comfort. It's just heat in motion, moving through tissue like a quiet current. Your arms lie at your sides, not limp, but held by something deeper than muscle or gravity, by presence, by the fact that nothing here demands anything of you anymore. Let each limb grow heavier, not because it's tired, but because there's no need to hold itself up. You're not being asked to be strong, not being judged for stillness. There's no test of endurance, no performance review in this moment. You are allowed to exist without doing. And if your jaw feels tight, like teeth pressed together from hours of silence or unspoken words, don't clench tighter. Don't force it open. Just let the muscles around your mouth soften as though they've heard a voice whispering, "It's okay," not commanding them to relax, but simply letting them remember that relaxation is possible. Your tongue can rest now, not pressing against teeth or holding tension in its base. It can lie still at the bottom of your mouth, like water waiting for rain. No need to speak, no need to say anything at all. And if there's a small vibration behind your eyes, like a faint hum beneath skin, barely felt, don't pull away from it. Don't try to see into it or understand what caused it. Just let it be part of the quiet space in your head. The same way dust floats in sunlight without needing explanation. Your mind isn't working anymore. It's not trying to solve anything, not planning ahead, not reviewing past conversations or mistakes that don't matter now. There's no reason to recall them. No one here needs you to remember. Let the silence between thoughts stretch, like a long breath held too long and finally released without needing to be counted. Your breath is still moving through you like a slow river beneath ice, deep enough that the surface stays calm even as currents shift unseen below. The weight of your arms has changed, not in degree, but in kind, no longer anchored by tension. They are simply there, resting where gravity meets support, not surrendered, not abandoned, but returned to their natural state, like roots settling into soil after a storm. There's no effort behind that return, no intention, just the quiet truth of being held. Let your hands be what they want to be right now. Not fists, not palms open in plea or readiness, but shapes, shaped only by gravity and stillness. Fingers softening at their tips, knuckles losing their sharpness, as though time has been allowed to soften them from within. The space between each finger isn't empty. It's full of air that carries no demand, no signal. It doesn't need to be filled with anything. Just let the gap exist, like a pause in conversation where nothing is expected. Your shoulders are still connected to your spine, but not as if they're carrying something, not as if they must protect or brace. They're attached, yes, like branches rooted in the same trunk. And that connection feels heavier now, not because of burden, but because it's real. It's stable. You can feel where one ends and the other begins, not by tension, but by release. The line between muscle and bone is no longer a boundary under pressure. It's just there. Now, let your attention move down, past the shoulders, past the ribs, into that area beneath your sternum where breath used to catch like a caught bird. No need to fix it. No need to push air deeper or make yourself feel more open. Just notice how the space under your breastbone has softened, not collapsed, but released its grip on itself. It's no longer waiting for something to happen. It doesn't need to be full of meaning. You don't have to interpret what's happening here. This isn't a place that needs to explain anything. The skin over your ribs, soft and cool against the night air, isn't guarding anything anymore. It's simply skin, not armor, not barrier, just surface. And as you breathe in, it doesn't rise like a shield. It moves gently, like fabric stirred by wind from outside the room. There's no resistance, no tightening when your lungs expand. Your chest opens only because there's nothing inside pressing back. Now let your belly, your lower front, become part of this quiet shift. Not flat, not tense, not pulled inward to keep things contained. It isn't trying to hide anything. It doesn't need to be smaller or tighter. It can rest as it is, full of stillness, full of presence, full of the space where nothing needs to happen. And when you feel that softness in your belly, when warmth begins to pool there like water settling into a hollowed out stone, don't name it. Don't try to hold on to it or explain why it's there. It isn't gratitude, not healing, not peace. It's just heat moving through tissue that no longer resists its own presence. Like sunlight warming the inside of a closed room after a long night. Your hips are resting on the bed, no longer tucked forward, no longer trying to brace against movement or pressure. They're simply on the surface beneath them, the mattress, holding them not as if they were heavy objects, but as if they were always meant to be there, not sinking in, not rising up, but supported at their center point. Let your legs lie like two long rivers that have reached a quiet delta, no longer rushing toward somewhere else, no longer pushing forward. They're not tired. They don't need rest. They just are. The muscles along the backs of your thighs, the ones that clamp down during meetings or on long drives, are softening now in waves, like water receding from a shore after dark. And when you feel the slight pressure where your legs touch the bed, where skin meets fabric, it's not contact, it's connection. Not one thing touching another, but two things settling into alignment with each other without effort. No need to adjust. No need to be right. Just let that point of meeting stay still, held in place by something older than intention. Your feet, your toes, are no longer curled inward from hours of walking or standing too long. They're not trying to grip the floor for safety, not pushing forward like they're preparing for movement. They can rest flat against the surface beneath them. Not because you want them to, but because it's allowed. Your big toe lies gently on the bed like a quiet witness. Now, let your attention travel up again, but slowly through all of this. Not scanning, not checking, just allowing each part to be known in its own way. The softening is happening not at one point, but across many, and it's not caused by anything you're doing. It's simply unfolding. Like a flower opening in slow motion under cover of night. No audience, no reason for it. There's an awareness now that isn't searching, not reaching, just being aware. As if the body has remembered how to observe itself without judgment or correction. And what it sees is not brokenness, not failure, not too much strain. It sees only this. You are still here. You're breathing. You're warm. You're supported by a surface that holds you like earth holds roots. There's no need for your nervous system to be on alert anymore. There's nothing in the room that needs watching. The shadows aren't hiding anything dangerous. The The silence isn't waiting to ambush you. The air is not thick with judgment or memory. It's just air, and it moves through you without asking for permission. Let the space around your head, above your ears, behind your hairline, be empty of demand. Not a place to hide from thoughts, not a sanctuary built against pain, just open, like a quiet room where no one has ever spoken, no echoes left, just stillness that doesn't need filling. And when you feel the slight coolness on your forehead, not cold, not warm, just present, don't react. Don't try to bring heat there or push it away. Let that sensation be part of the quiet flow, like a ripple passing over skin without leaving a trace behind. Now let yourself sink deeper into the bed, not by force, not by desire, but by letting go of resistance, not falling, but becoming lighter in relation to support, as if your body has finally learned how to stop fighting gravity and instead let it work with you rather than against. You are not floating, no magic there, but you're no longer pressing into the surface either. There's a balance now, enough weight to feel real, enough softness to dissolve into comfort, like water finding its level in a bowl that was always meant to hold it. There's no urgency here, no need for progress or movement forward. The only direction this moment has is inward, not toward sleep, just deeper into the body's own rhythm, into the slow pulse beneath bone, behind muscle, where sensation lives without needing to be named. Let your skin feel what it feels. Cool in some places, warm in others, not because of temperature change, but because different parts are releasing at their own pace. Some areas still hold a trace of tension, maybe one shoulder blade that hasn't quite let go, but even there, the pressure's fading slowly, like fog lifting from a valley. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to chase softness or run from tightness. Just allow both to coexist in this moment. The body not whole yet, but becoming more itself with every breath. And if you notice your mind drifting again, slipping into the past, replaying something that doesn't matter anymore, don't pull it back. Don't scold yourself for being distracted. distracted. Let the thought pass like a cloud across the moon. Not because it's unimportant, but because there's no need to hold on to it. Just let it drift by and return to your body, not as escape, but as home. Now, let your attention rest in your spine, the long column running from base of skull to tailbone. Not straight, no need for perfection, but held steady by something deeper than posture, by presence. The vertebrae aren't pressing into each other. They're simply stacked, like stones laid one on top of another, not trying to prove anything. Let your spine rest not as a structure, but as a memory of being held, of lying down without apology, of having been enough just as you were. The bones along its length are not striving to stay upright. They are simply there, resting in the quiet gravity that has always known how to support them. Not because they're strong or fixed or aligned, but because the earth doesn't care about posture. It only holds what is placed upon it. And you are placed here. You've been given a place to stay. The space between each vertebra isn't tight with effort. It's open, like gaps in a row of trees where light has slipped through for years without being noticed. No one needed to measure how much room was left. It was always enough. Now, let that openness be felt, not as an idea, not as correction, but as sensation. The quiet space between your bones where nothing is pressing against anything else. Your shoulders still carry some of today's weight, yes, but they are no longer carrying it alone. The bed beneath you is bearing part of that load. Your arms are softening at your sides, fingers uncurling like roots, slowly releasing soil after a long rain. You don't have to push them down. They're not stiff because you want them to be. It's just how they've been for hours, like water shaped by the shape of its container. But now, the container is changing. The surface below isn't resisting you anymore. It's yielding, not in weakness, but in kindness. And so, your arms sink into it, not falling, no collapse, but settling as if gravity has finally found a way to work with you instead of against. Now, let your awareness travel down through your torso. Not fast, not searching, but slowly, like water finding the lowest path. The muscles across your upper back are still remembering tension. The kind that comes from holding on too long, from standing in place while something inside shifts. But they don't have to stay there. They can soften where they are without you forcing it or begging for change. There's no need to rush this. No reason to demand that the body release what is still clinging. Just let the space between your shoulder blades feel like a valley not yet warmed by sun, but open, waiting. Like an envelope left unsealed, let your breath move through your chest, not as effort, but as motion. Like waves passing over sand at night when no one sees them. The rise and fall isn't meant to be controlled. It's just happening. And with each exhale, the air slips out more deeply than before. Not because you're doing anything different, but because there's less resistance in your body now. It's not a victory, just a shift, like water that finds its way through cracks no one knew were there. Your belly, soft beneath your ribs, isn't fighting against what it feels. There's no need to flatten it or pull it in. No judgment for how it sits right now, heavy with the day's echoes. It just is a quiet space of softness where breath moves without demand. You don't have to make it empty. It doesn't need to be perfect. Let it feel what it feels. The warmth spreading from your core. Not because you're trying to generate heat, but because blood flows and nerves relax in their own time. Now let that warmth move down through the front of your thighs, slowly, like light creeping across a floor after dusk has settled. Your legs are long still, heavy with the weight of being where they are. The muscles along the outer edges aren't tense anymore. They've stopped preparing for action. They don't need to be ready. There's no threat approaching, no reason to brace. Just let them rest like branches lying on forest floor after a storm. Not broken, but still part of something whole. And your feet, your soles pressed into the bed, are not trying to push back at anything. The arches aren't holding themselves up. They're allowed to soften, not collapse, but become gentle again. like soil that has taken in enough rain and now just holds it quietly. There's no need to feel them anymore. Just let them exist as part of this quiet weight, this groundedness beneath you. Let your hands open completely now. Not because they've been clenched for hours, but because the body is beginning to remember what softness feels like without needing permission. Your palms face up, not in surrender, but simply in release. The skin above each finger is no longer tight with anticipation. It's just there, warm, slightly damp from breath that has moved through it. And that's all. Now, let your awareness drift down into the base of your spine, the place where your pelvis meets your lower back, a spot often forgotten until it aches or stiffens. But tonight, it doesn't need to be remembered. It just needs to rest. The muscles there are not fighting. They're not holding on. They've stopped trying to keep everything steady. And so, the base of you, your foundation, is softening too. Not sinking, but becoming more fluid, like a stone resting in still water. And somewhere beneath that, deep in your hips, the joints where bone meets muscle and memory, they are not locked with effort or fear. They're just letting go. Like two doors left open after someone has gone away, quietly accepting that no one is coming back to close them. The space between them feels wide, not empty, but spacious, open enough for breath to pass through. Let your body become a field where nothing needs to be done. No action required. Just presence, like the land at dawn when all movement has paused and only stillness remains. Your skin is not guarding you anymore. It's just being. The surface of your body isn't resisting anything. It's simply allowing sensations to pass through, like wind over grass that doesn't know it's moving. And now, let the space around your head your hairline, your temples, behind your ears be completely empty. Not a place for thoughts to hide. Not a sanctuary from pain or memory. Just open air. No need to fill it with anything. Let the quiet be real. Not because you've achieved calm, but because there's no reason not to let go. Let yourself be held by this moment, not as a promise of sleep, nor as an escape, but simply as something that is happening now. You are here. Your body is sinking into what supports it, not rushing forward, not chasing softness, just letting the weight of being, of having lived through today, settle where it belongs, in your bones, in your breath, in the quiet between heartbeats. There's no need to be anywhere else. No demand to become something new. You are not broken for needing this rest. You are simply human, and that is enough. The body doesn't care about what you've done today, or how many thoughts you carried. It only knows one truth. It wants to stop fighting, and so it does. Just a little bit more with every breath, not all at once. Just enough for the nervous system to notice. There is no danger here. The room is still. The air is still. You are not being watched. No one is waiting to judge you or ask for anything from you. You don't have to be quiet because someone else needs silence. You don't have to lie still because it's expected. You're lying still because your body has finally found a reason to stop holding on, and so let that go. Not with force, not with effort, but simply by allowing the weight of now to settle into you like dust settling after a storm. Not a miracle, just what happens when the breath is long enough and the mind stays soft enough for the body to remember how to rest. Let your legs feel heavier than before, not because they're tired, but because there's less tension pulling them upward, like roots that have stopped straining against soil and just let gravity do its work. Your ankles are not trying to stay firm. Your knees aren't bracing. They're simply part of a system where everything is allowed to be still. And your feet, your heels, pressed into the bed, no longer feel like they need to push off from anything. There's no reason to move forward. No one waiting for you at the end of this night. You are not late. You are not behind. You're just here, in a place where nothing is demanding of you. Your spine is no longer holding its breath. It's just lying there, a quiet column of bone and softness, not straight because you're trying to be strong, but curved exactly as gravity wants it. Like the way water finds its level in still air. No effort, only surrender. The small muscles along your back, those that have been tense since morning, ever since you first sat up and said, "I need to do this." They're not resisting anymore. They've stopped pretending. The tension is softening like wax left too long on a windowsill in late afternoon sun. Slowly giving way, not breaking, just yielding. Let your shoulders fall, not because you've decided to relax, but because the weight of them no longer needs an anchor. They're not trying to hold anything up anymore. The air around them is thick with permission to let go, to be light, to simply be. Your hands, those clenched fists that carried so many unspoken words, are opening now. Not because you've changed your mind, but because the body has stopped needing to protect itself. The fingers are spreading, not in surrender, but in curiosity, like leaves unfurling after a long drought. Each one testing the air, checking if it's safe to stretch, and finding that yes, there is no threat here, only stillness. Your jaw, the tight line at your temples where you've held everything all day. It's loosening like a zipper pulled down slowly, not rushed. The teeth aren't clenched anymore. No need to grind or hold things in place. The tongue is resting against the roof of your mouth, not pushing forward, just being there, like a quiet guest who doesn't speak because it knows no one's listening. Your eyes are closed, but they're not scanning. They aren't on alert. The lids feel like soft curtains drawn over a room that no longer needs to be guarded. The space behind them isn't dark, just empty of urgency. No thoughts rushing in like shadows at dusk. Just the quiet after movement stops. Let your breath move through you, not as effort, but as passage, like water flowing beneath a bridge where no one walks anymore. The sound is soft, almost gone, but still there, a rhythm that doesn't need to be noticed, only followed. And now, feel the floor beneath the bed, not as something solid you're standing on, but as deep earth, an underground layer of quiet support, something older than your worry, older than your thoughts. It's holding the mattress, holding the bed, and by extension, it holds you. You are not floating. You are not suspended. You are being held, not by hands or arms, but by the earth itself, by the quiet way gravity settles into things when they stop fighting back. The weight of your body isn't a burden anymore. It's just what happens when nothing resists. Your legs, those long limbs that carried you through tasks and meetings and silence, are no longer tense with anticipation. They're not waiting for the next thing to happen. They're simply lying there, soft at the knees, relaxed in the calves, like roots that have stopped searching for water and just let themselves be soaked by what's already around them. Your feet, your heels pressed into the bedsheet, are no longer bracing against the floor. No need to push off. No demand to move forward. The toes are not curled, not gripping. They're just letting the skin rest, like petals after rain, softening in place. Not trying to do anything, just being where they are. Now, let your belly become a quiet space, not flat or tense with control, but soft and full of air, like a balloon that's been released from the hand, drifting slowly downward through warm stillness. It doesn't need to be filled. It only needs to be. No effort to keep it tight. No command to stay small. Just this. The gentle rise as you breathe in, and the slow fall as you exhale, like a tide that has forgotten how fast it once ran. And your back, your lower back, where all the strain of sitting and standing settled, is not holding anything anymore. It's not trying to support you, because the bed is already doing that, and the floor below and the air above, all working together in silence to keep you safe just by being. Let your skin feel what it feels without naming it. Warmth here, coolness there, a little pressure where fabric touches, but none of it demanding anything. Just sensations passing through like clouds over open fields, not stopping, not lingering, just moving on. There's no need to do anything with them. No task assigned to the feeling of warmth in your left arm or coolness behind your right ear. They are just what they are, and that is enough. The air around you. This room is not a place of risk. It has no memory of your anxiety, no record of your long day, just space quietly holding everything in it. The walls, the ceiling, the door frame, all still, all safe, all letting go. And you are part of that stillness now, not separate from it, not trying to join it, but simply in it, like a breath between heartbeats, like silence after a word has been spoken and no one repeats it. The nervous system isn't fixing itself. It's just remembering something it forgot. That safety is not earned. It's not given only when you've done enough. It's simply here when the body stops fighting, when the breath slows, when the eyes close without resistance. Then the world becomes soft again. No need to make peace with anything. No need to forgive or erase. Just let this moment exist as it is. Not better than before. Not worse, just real. And now, let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, not trying to catch them, not pushing them away, but watching them pass like shadows over grass at dusk. They come, they go, and you are still here, still held, still sinking, not into sleep, not yet, just into the quiet where all movement begins to slow down, where even time stops wanting to hurry, because there is nothing left to do. Let your body become a shape that doesn't need to be defended. And when you feel something shift, not big, not loud, just a soft settling, a breath that doesn't need to be forced, an arm that feels heavier than before without effort. Know this, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not failing at rest. You're simply returning. Not to a past version of yourself, not to some perfect state of calm, but to the one truth your body has always known, that you are safe enough right now to stop trying so hard, to let go just a little more and sink deeper into what's already beneath. Your shoulders are still there, still high, still carrying the weight of hours that didn't end when they should have. But now, they're beginning to understand something different. Not that the load is gone, but that the burden doesn't need your constant attention anymore. You don't have to hold it all up. The muscles aren't required to remember every moment you stood rigid in a meeting or clenched your jaw during a phone call no one else could feel. They're allowed to forget, and so are you. And let them drop, not because they've been released by force, but because they've simply stopped being asked to stay tight. Like roots that once clung to stone, now slowly loosening in soil that has grown soft with rain. Nothing is breaking, only letting go of the idea that resistance was necessary. Your arms are still at your sides, fingers relaxed, palms facing up as if waiting for something not urgent, not important, just open. And it's okay if nothing comes. The space between your fingertips isn't empty. It's full with possibility, but no demand to fill it. Your jaw is soft now, not because you've remembered to unclench, but because the need to hold on has softened in its own right. The tongue lies still against the roof of your mouth, not pressed forward or tucked away, just resting where it belongs. And beneath that, a quiet hum in the back of your throat, like warmth moving through a pipe long forgotten. No sound required, no effort to shape words, only breath passing through gently, as if it's been waiting for this silence all along. Your eyes are closed, but not shut tight. They're resting under their lids like leaves caught in the hollow of an old tree, sheltered and still. There is nothing to see that matters right now. No need to scan. No call to find something dangerous or hidden. Just darkness, which holds you without judgment. And the space around your head, your hairline, your temples is quiet too. Not cold, not hot, just aware of its own shape. And that awareness doesn't ask for anything. It simply is, like a hill in late afternoon light. No one needs to climb it. No one has to claim it. You are no longer holding yourself together. Not because you failed at staying upright, but because the body knows how to rest without breaking apart. It doesn't need your permission. It doesn't require proof that you're safe. It just breathes into stillness when given a chance. And this moment is giving that chance. Your chest rises slowly, just enough to feel the air come in, not for volume, but for continuity. Like water flowing through an underground channel, where no one watches. Then the exhale begins. Not rushed, not dramatic, but thick with release. You don't need to push it out. You're just letting the breath leave the way a stream releases from its bank when the ice has melted. Naturally, quietly, without fanfare. And as that air leaves your body, something settles deeper than before. Not in your mind, not in your muscles, but somewhere beneath them, like roots finding earth after years of drought. A soft release in the center of you, where tension used to pool like stagnant water. Now, it's just space, and that space is breathing with you. Your hands are no longer fists. They're open, palms up, fingers slightly curved, as if they finally remembered how to receive without fear. The skin on your fingertips feels the difference between fabric and air. Not analyzing, not reacting, just noticing and letting go of any need to act upon it. A faint warmth builds in your right thumb, not from heat, but from circulation returning. Like a river waking after winter. Slow, gentle, no rush to reach its source. Your hips are resting on the bed, not pushing down, not lifting up, just present. They've stopped trying to brace against something that isn't there. Your lower back has softened, not because you told it to, but because the weight of the day was never meant to stay here. It wasn't built for permanence. And now, as your body lets go, the spine begins to release its grip on itself, like a hand slowly uncurling after holding something too long. Not one movement, but many small ones happening all at once. Your legs are longer than they were before. Not in length, but in posture. The way they lie now feels like they've been allowed to stretch beyond what was necessary. The back of your knees soften, as if the tendons have decided not to resist gravity anymore. And so you sink just a little into the mattress, into the bed frame beneath that holds everything without effort. Your feet are heavy, yes, but not in a way that weighs you down. They're just present. The arches of your feet aren't trying to grip anything. The heels don't need to stay firm, and the toes, those small, stubborn muscles, are finally allowed to rest curled slightly, not in tension, but in quiet completion. Like hands closing after holding something too long. You are no longer guarding your body from itself. There's no part of you that feels exposed or unprotected. Because protection wasn't ever about armor. It was about presence. And now you're just here, fully here. Not needing to prove anything. Not performing calm. Not pretending to be somewhere else. Just being the shape your body makes when it stops fighting. The air in this room is thick with stillness. Not silence, but quiet that holds things. Old breaths, distant sounds from outside, a hum from behind walls you've never seen. All of them passing through like thoughts through fog, present, not urgent, not meaningful, unless named, and they don't need to be. You are part of this quiet now, not apart, not separate. Not trying to join it, not waiting for it to change, just existing within its rhythm, as if your breath has found the same pace as the house settling after dark. A creak here, a shift there, no alarm, no need to respond. Your skin is no longer on alert. It doesn't tense at slight changes in temperature or pressure. It's not waiting for a signal that something's wrong. It just feels what's happening without fear of consequence. A soft draft across your shoulder, just air moving through the space between you and the wall. Not cold, not hot, just air. And you are letting it pass like a shadow over grass. Your breath is slowing further, not because you're trying to slow down, but because the body has found a pace that doesn't require effort. Each inhale comes in soft waves. Each exhale lingers longer than before, as if time itself is stretching just for this moment. And there's no need to hurry toward anything else. You are not asleep yet, but you're close enough that the boundary between waking and falling has blurred into something softer, like a veil drawn over glass. Not invisible, but thick with quiet, and through it, the world moves slowly, like water under ice. Nothing urgent, just passing. Your thoughts aren't gone. They're still there, but they're not grabbing at you anymore. They drift by without weight. Not joyful, not sad, just passing, like leaves on a slow river that doesn't care where it ends up. They don't need to be understood or responded to. They don't need your attention. And so they go, like clouds over a field of sleepers. No one looks up. No one calls them back. Your body is becoming something deeper than posture. It's not just lying down. It's letting itself be held by the world around it. The mattress supports you, not because you deserve support, but because it was built to hold things that are heavy. And now you're part of that weight, accepted without question. Your bones aren't fighting their shape anymore. They're just resting in the space they were made for. The spine isn't trying to stay straight. It's simply aligning with gravity, not resisting it, like a tree bending slightly under snow, but never breaking because it knows how to yield. You don't need to be anything right now. Not calm, not tired, not awake. You're just what you are. A body that has stopped trying to stay in control. And in that stillness, the nervous system begins its slow return. Not to perfection, not to energy, but to itself. Your shoulders are still high, just slightly like a weight that's forgotten how to fall. But now there's no one asking you to carry it anymore. And so they begin to lower, not because you're forcing them down, not because you've decided this is the right thing to do, but because gravity has been waiting for this moment all along. You are letting go slowly, like a stone sinking through layers of water, each inch deeper, requiring less effort than the last. The air in your chest no longer feels tight with purpose. It's just there, breathing you without needing permission. Your hands, still curled slightly at your sides, are beginning to unclench, not from willpower, but because they fight. Remembered what softness feels like. Fingers loosening one by one, as if the muscles have finally learned how to forget resistance. They don't need to hold anything. There's nothing here that asks them to keep their grip. The space between your fingers is opening wide and empty, not because it needs filling, but simply because it can be. Your jaw isn't clenched anymore. Not in the way you used to clench it when you were holding back words or tension or thoughts. This isn't release, it's return. Your tongue lies flat against the bottom of your mouth like a quiet thing that has been waiting its turn. Not moving, not speaking, just being the small muscles around your eyes, the ones that pulled tight with focus or worry, are relaxing now into their natural shape. They don't need to narrow anymore. There's no threat to watch for. No one to judge you by what you see. Your eyelids rest lightly over the world behind them, not closing completely, but resting, as if your eyes have decided that seeing is not a duty, only an option. You are still aware, just not alert. This isn't absence, it's presence without demand. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They're blurred, like the way light diffuses through fog at dawn, softening every boundary, dissolving the idea that there's a line between inside and outside. Your skin breathes with you now, not reacting to stimuli, but responding in kind. If warmth comes near, it opens slightly. If cool air touches your arm, it accepts without resistance. It doesn't want to protect itself anymore, because protection was never its job. It's just a surface, and surfaces don't need to fight. They only need to be. Your breath is no longer in charge of the moment. It's being carried by something deeper, like water moving through soil, guided not by force, but by depth. Each exhale moves more slowly than the last, not because you're trying to slow it, but because your body has found a rhythm that doesn't require effort. And when you inhale now, it's not filling space, it's just arriving. Like wind coming into an open window after long silence. No fanfare, no need to announce itself. Your belly rises gently, not from tension or intention, but from the natural push of air moving through your body, and then settles again, without protest, as if it knows that being full isn't required for comfort. The low back, once a place where you held stress like a hidden weight, is no longer braced. It's not tense with anticipation. It's not trying to keep you upright under pressure. It's just resting, curved softly into the curve of the mattress, as if your spine has finally let go of the idea that it needs to be straight in order to be safe. Your hips are releasing their grip on the night. They're no longer holding themselves up, not even a little. they're sinking deeper into the bed, letting the material take shape around them, like soil accepting roots, not forcing growth, just making room. Your legs, long and still, are beginning to feel less like tools that need to carry you somewhere, more like things that have already arrived. The calves are softening at the back of your thighs. The knees aren't locked. They're relaxed in their joints, as if they've decided it's okay not to be ready. Your feet, tucked under your body, are no longer pressing into the bed with unconscious effort. They're just resting, flat and quiet, toes uncurling one by one, like flowers closing at dusk. There's a kind of stillness spreading through you, not because you've stopped moving, but because movement is no longer necessary. You are not doing anything, yet everything is happening. The space around you is no longer empty. It's full of quiet that doesn't demand attention. It simply exists, like the pause between two notes in a song that wasn't meant to be sung loudly. There's a sound from outside, maybe a car passing down the street, maybe a distant dog barking once. But it doesn't come close enough to matter. And even if it did, you wouldn't need to respond. You're not on duty anymore. Your nervous system is no longer scanning for danger in every breath. It's stopped trying to predict what might go wrong. The body has begun trusting that the night will hold you, even if only for a few hours. There's no demand that this sleep be deep or long or perfect, just that it happens. And right now, this moment, it is happening. You are not fighting against fatigue, nor resisting rest. You're simply letting yourself fall through the air without catching, like a leaf drifting down from a branch into soft earth. No effort to land properly. No need to prepare. It's already done. Your whole body is becoming less of a structure and more of an impression, like the shape your form leaves in the bed when you lie there long enough for the fabric to remember how you fit. You're not holding your bones together anymore. They're not separate from each other. They're just resting, aligned with gravity, as if that were their true nature. Your chest rises and falls, not because of will or effort, but because it's allowed to. And in this space between breaths, just a little longer than before, the body feels something rare. The sense that being still is enough. No need to be useful. No demand to be present for anyone else. Just existing quietly, without reason. The warmth of your skin isn't fighting cold anymore. It's simply holding its own temperature, like a stone left in sunlight, not trying to change anything, just being what it is. Your arms lie at your sides, not because you're told to, but because they've stopped feeling the need to be anywhere else. They don't reach out. They don't pull back. They just are, resting against gravity like roots in soil, accepting their own weight as a kind of belonging. There's no one watching, not even yourself. And that's okay. You're allowed to stop performing, stopping proving, stopping managing your presence. You're allowed to be here, just breathing, just being, without any obligation to be more than this moment. The body isn't trying to get anywhere. It's already arrived. It doesn't need to wake up tomorrow, or remember anything, or fix anything. Just rest. Like a river that has finished its journey through the land and now lies still in the valley, no longer moving, but not dead, just waiting for what comes next, quietly, without urgency. Your thoughts are floating farther away, not because you're pushing them out, but because they've realized there's no place to go, no one to impress, nothing to explain, so they drift off like smoke in a darkened room, slowly, gently, until they're gone, not erased, just dissolved into the quiet. Your body isn't waiting for sleep to come. It's already inside it. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming what sleep is made of. The kind that doesn't need permission, doesn't ask if you're ready, doesn't care about time or purpose, just exists, like still air in a room after the last footstep has faded away. There is no one to greet, nothing to do, only this. Being held by your own body, accepted by gravity, cradled by darkness. The walls of the room are not enclosing you. They're breathing with you, as if they've learned how to be quiet too. And even the ceiling, so far above, is no longer a boundary. It's just there, supporting nothing, demanding nothing. You don't need to rise or reach or stretch. Your body knows its place now, not because it was taught, but because it's finally stopped fighting for one. You are not trying to be calm. You're simply allowing yourself to be what is, and in that softness, there's no tension left, no clenched spaces, only space, open and quiet and full of stillness, like the pause between heartbeats when everything stops moving long enough to remember it exists. You are not asleep yet, but you're close enough that the difference doesn't matter. The world outside is still turning, but you're no longer part of its rush. You've stepped off the path into a quiet place where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs changing, just being. Your body isn't holding on anymore. It's letting go, not in. Letting go, not in surrender, but in quiet recognition. Like a door that has been latched for so long, finally releasing its catch because no one is coming to knock. Your body remembers how to be undone without harm. The way a river doesn't fight when it reaches the sea, it just becomes part of what's already there. Not lost, not broken, just returned to where it belongs. You are not empty now. You are full of stillness, full of space that holds nothing, and therefore holds everything. You're full of stillness. Been waiting for you, not cold, not warm, just present, and in that presence, your ribs soften, not from effort, but because they've stopped believing they need to protect anything. The muscles along your spine relax, not all at once, but one small segment at a time, like threads being gently untangled, one after another. No rush, just release. The space between your shoulder blades widens, just slightly, and it feels less like effort and more like arrival, as if they finally stopped reaching for something that wasn't there. The weight in your chest eases not because you're thinking about it, but because the body is simply tired of carrying itself, tired of being responsible for its own stability. So it lets gravity be the keeper instead, not a failure, just a shift, a quiet handing over, like passing a lantern to someone who's been waiting in the dark. Your hands remain flat against your sides, fingers relaxed, palms open, not because they're empty, but because they've stopped needing to hold anything, even thoughts. They don't need to grasp at meaning or control. They just lie there, receiving the warmth of your skin feeling it rise and fall without resistance, like a pair of stones left in a quiet creek, unmoved by current, unbothered by depth. You are not thinking about what comes next, not even wondering if this will last. That question has dissolved into silence because the mind no longer feels the need to be on guard. It's learned there is safety here, and safety doesn't require vigilance, only presence. Your shoulders, those high, tight places where tension had been stored like firewood for a long winter, now lower not through force, but through surrender. They drop without sound, as if gravity has finally won the argument. And instead of resistance, there's relief. Not in the sense that something was missing before, but in the way a plant feels when it stops leaning toward light and simply lets itself grow where it is. No direction needed, just root, just rest. Your neck softens, the muscles along its length uncurling like old wire, slowly returning to shape, no longer holding up the weight of attention or anxiety, not supporting anything but stillness. There's a space now behind your ears, and it feels open, not hollow, but spacious, like air moving through an empty room that no one has entered for years, and you're allowed to be that room without needing to be filled. Your jaw, once clenched against the day, tight with unspoken words and held breath, unlocks slowly, not in a sudden pop, but in the way water seeps through soil, softening where it touches. The tongue relaxes at the base of your mouth, no longer pressing against teeth or resisting movement, just lying there, quiet as moss on stone. The small muscles around your eyes, those that had been tensed for hours, squinting against light, scanning for threat, now unclench, not in a gesture, but in feeling like lids lifting after long sleep. No effort, just release, and behind them, darkness is not empty. It's full of softness, a kind of velvet silence that doesn't demand anything of you. The back of your skull rests against the pillow, not sinking into it, but being held by it, as if the surface has learned how to cradle without trying. It doesn't need to do more than be what it is, And so, you are held not by fabric or foam, but by quiet presence. The way a wall holds stillness when no one speaks. Your lower back, once tight with the weight of sitting too long, carrying invisible burdens, now softens into the mattress, not collapsing, but allowing, like earth yielding to rain that has fallen for hours without stopping, and you are not resisting it. There is no need to brace against surrender, because this is not collapse, it's integration. Your pelvis releases its tension, not in a shift, but in an unlearning. The muscles around your hips loosen as if they've forgotten how to clench, like roots that have stopped digging and simply let themselves be anchored by soil. Your legs, long, still extended, no longer feel the need to stay stiff or ready. They're not holding position, they just are, lying in the same curve of the bed that their shape has worn over time, as if the mattress knows them better than they know themselves. There's a warmth spreading through the backs of your thighs, not heat, but presence, like sunlight resting on stone after rain. And you don't need to do anything with it. Just let it be. Your feet still in socks or bare against sheets feel heavy, not because they're tired, but because they've stopped pretending to be light. They are what they are, part of the body that has decided to stop moving, no longer scanning for danger underfoot. No need to prepare, only rest. And somewhere deep inside your belly, the center where tension had gathered like a knot in rope, there is space now, not because you've untangled it, but because it stopped needing to be tight. The muscles there soften into stillness, like water settling after waves have passed, no longer resisting, no longer fighting, just letting go of what wasn't theirs to hold. And as each part releases its grip, smaller than a breath, quieter than silence, the whole body begins to feel less like a structure built to endure and more like something that has finally stopped trying. It is not broken. It is not weak. It is simply no longer on guard. And in that state, where defense isn't required. There is an ease, a quiet kind of grace, not because you've done anything right, but because the body has decided to stop doing anything at all. There's no goal here, just being. Your skin feels like itself again, not taut with awareness, not flushed with stress, not trying Kuk, Baudi ten, board boyd so plowed to down to show, has, bout end enough. His, simply what it is, a boundary that doesn't need to defend, and behind it, inside, the body breathes without strain, rises without effort, falls without fear. You are not resisting sleep, but the line between wakefulness and rest has blurred beyond recognition, because your nervous system isn't asking permission anymore. It's already deep in its own language. A low hum beneath a true store, rhythm older than memory, and it doesn't care about time or names or tasks. It only knows what is true, that you are safe, that the body is not alone, that gravity is kind, and that stillness, true stillness, isn't absence, it's presence in its deepest form. You don't need to be awake to feel real, nor do you need to sleep to belong. Just this, lying here, held by your own softness, carried by the quiet between sounds, accepted not for what you've done or could do, but simply because you are, and that is enough. No demand for change, no pressure to be better, only release, like a wave pulling back from shore, not in defeat, but in return. There's space now, not just around your body, but inside it, an inner room with no door, no walls, just air and stillness, and you are not trying to fill it, nor afraid of emptiness, because the emptiness is full, of what has been let go, of what has come home. The world outside continues its motion. Lights flicker in distant windows. A car passes far away, muffled by distance. But none of it touches the space you've entered. Not even sound can break through, because you're no longer listening, only being, and in that state where attention isn't directed outward or inward, but simply rests. The body begins to feel like a vessel not for doing, but for holding. Holding stillness, holding darkness, holding the weight of its own quiet existence. And as this settles deeper, there's a kind of listening, not with ears, but with skin, with bone, with every cell remembering that it is safe. And so you sink, not down into sleep, but into being, like a stone dropped in deep water, slowly descending through layers of silence. No splash, no resistance, just motion toward the bottom, where nothing moves. And even there, where light doesn't reach, the body knows its place because it has stopped searching for one. You are not losing yourself. You are becoming what you've been all along. A presence that rests without permission, exists without reason, breathes without effort. No longer fighting to be seen or heard or known, just being quietly, deeply, completely, where the mind can't follow and where the nervous system finally says yes, not. You are not a shape that must hold itself together. You are not an arrangement that needs to stay upright. Your body is not required to be anything other than what it is at this moment. No demand for performance. No obligation to keep going. Just the softness of being here, weightless and unclaimed, as if gravity has paused its pull, not out of kindness, but because you've already arrived. There's a quiet in your chest that isn't silence. It's full of stillness that doesn't shrink when it meets breath. Full of space where no thought is needed to fill it. And the deeper this emptiness becomes, the more real it feels. Not like absence, but like arrival. As though every part of you has been waiting for the chance to stop pretending it's holding something important. Your shoulders have unhooked from their old duty, no longer carrying the burden of readiness, no longer tensing in anticipation of needing to rise. They've slipped down, not with effort, but with memory, remembering what it feels like when muscles forget how to fight, and now they rest against your ribs like wings that forgot they were meant to fly. And your arms softened at your sides, not limp, not weak, but released. Fingers no longer curled into fists of tension. The palms open, as if waiting only for air, or perhaps just for peace. Nothing to grasp, nothing to defend, just space between your hands and the world beyond them. Your jaw has unclenched in a way that isn't noticed by you, but is felt deep inside, like water slowly rising through cracks in stone, not forcing its way, but simply finding where it belongs. There's no pressure on the teeth now, no tightness behind the ears. The tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, as if it has finally remembered how to be still. And your eyes, closed but not shut, are no longer scanning for threats. They've stopped trying to see what might harm you. Instead, they're drifting through dark, like slow currents in a deep pool. Nothing needs to be seen. Nothing needs to be known. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of quiet observation, full of things that don't need names. And your breath, still flowing with no urgency, is beginning to fall into its own rhythm. Not one you're guiding, but one it's discovered on its own. A slow descent, like something sinking through layers of soft earth. Each exhale longer than the last, not because you're trying, but because your body has found a way to breathe that doesn't require effort. And beneath it all, your spine is no longer braced against pressure. It's not straining to stay straight or hold itself up. Instead, it curves naturally into the bed, as if the bones know they don't need to be rigid to be strong. they can rest in their own shape, and your pelvis has softened too. No longer tucked or pushed forward, just resting on its own ground, like a stone settling after years of being carried. And your hands are no longer ready for action, not reaching, not gripping. The fingertips have lost all memory of resistance. They're simply lying there, warm and unburdened, as if they've given up trying to do anything at all. And your feet, tucked beneath you, or resting flat on the surface, anchored in readiness. They don't need to be ready for movement, not even a step forward. Just being here is enough. The soles are open to touch, to warmth, to stillness. And if someone were to place their hand there, it would feel like touching earth that stopped waiting to be tilled. And your belly, once clenched against stress, is no longer guarding anything. There's no need to keep things in or hold them back. The muscles have softened into a kind of stillness where even tension forgets how to appear, and the breath moves through it like wind passing over a calm lake, not disturbing, just passing. And your low back, once tense from carrying the day, is now soft, yielding, as if the spine has said, I've carried enough, and the muscles have agreed, no longer fighting against gravity, only accepting what is. Your legs are long and heavy, not dragging, but held, supported by the bed beneath them, the floor below, not needing to push or pull, just allowing their weight to be taken without complaint, like branches in winter. No need to reach for sunlight. They're already resting where they belong, and every point of contact, the back of your head on the pillow, the curve of your shoulder against the mattress, the small of your spine pressed into the fabric, is not just physical touch. It's a kind of confirmation, each one whispering, you are here, are held. You can stop, and there is no need to say anything back. No response required, because this isn't a conversation. It's a return. A slow rejoining with the part of yourself that never left, even when you thought you had. Your skin is not resisting the air anymore. It doesn't pull inward or tighten in reaction. It simply allows the temperature to settle where it lands. Warm on some parts, cooler on others. Not fighting either way. Just being open to what is. And your breath moves through this openness like a current through roots buried deep underground. Slow, not rushing anywhere, not needing to reach anything, only existing. And as it does, the body begins to feel less like a collection of tissues and more like a quiet presence, something that has always been here, even when you weren't aware. And in this state, there's no need to believe anything. No need to understand what is happening. Just the simple fact of your existence. Not as an idea, but as a sensation. The weight of your limbs, the warmth beneath your skin, the quiet inside your chest, all real without needing proof. And the world continues beyond this room. Lights still flicker in distant windows. A car hums far away. Someone moves somewhere, but none of it has any pull on you now. Because you are not outside looking in, nor inside trying to escape. You're simply here, held by your own softness. And the line between being awake and asleep is no longer relevant. It's like standing at a shore where the tide has already turned back. You don't need to decide whether to step forward or stay still. The water has already taken its leave, leaving only wet sand, dark and smooth, waiting for nothing but what comes next. And in that space between awareness and unconsciousness, the body begins to feel like a vessel not made to contain action, but to hold stillness, to cradle silence, to keep open the place where nothing happens. And because nothing is required, everything feels possible. You are not trying to sleep. You're not trying to wake. You're not even trying to be anything at all. Just being deeply, quietly, without demand, like a mountain that has forgotten it's meant to rise. And the longer this goes on, the slower the breath, the softer the release, the more your body becomes less like something built for survival and more like something returning home. Not after a journey, but from one long forgetting. There is no need to return anywhere, because you've already arrived where you were always meant to be, here, now. In this quiet pulse of being that doesn't speak, but simply exists. And the nervous system has stopped searching for danger. It has stopped scanning for threats. It has stopped asking if it's safe. Because it knows, not through thought, but through body memory. It knows it is. Your arms rest now, not as if they've been burdened, but as if they finally remembered how to be light. Like a bird that once flew too long without landing, now simply letting its wings stay still. The muscles no longer holding tight against an imagined weight, just resting where they are, surrendered, and with each breath, your hands soften further, not into nothingness, but into something quieter than tension. A kind of quiet knowing. As if the fingers have learned to trust their own shape again. That they don't need to grip or reach. They're allowed to be what they already are. Open. Unclenched resting. Like roots in soil after rain. Not waiting for anything, just receiving. And your shoulders, those old mountains of tension that rose each day to meet the world's demands, are no longer lifting. They've stopped climbing, and as they settle, the space beneath them opens up, a soft, hollow forming where pressure once lived. Now there is only depth, not emptiness, but a quiet fullness, like water filling a basin after a long drought. Nothing forced, just an easy settling into place. Your spine follows slowly, not straightening, not trying to be upright, but allowing itself to curve in the way it was always meant to, like a river, finding its own path through stone, without force, without resistance. And beneath you, the bed does not ask for anything. It does not need you to prove yourself worthy of rest. It simply holds, as if it has been waiting all this time for your body to finally believe that being held is enough, and the ground beneath the mattress, though you can't feel it directly, is still there, a steady, unseen presence, like an old promise buried deep in the earth, holding everything above it, keeping things from falling away. And your breath continues its slow passage through this softness. Not fast, not shallow, but long and unhurried. Each exhale longer than the last, as if time is stretching just for you, allowing your body to let go of every single point where it has been holding on, even those places you don't name, even those small tremors beneath the skin that have become habit, like a wire humming at the edge of awareness, now fading. Not because someone told it to stop, but because there is no one left to keep it taut. And your jaw, so often clenched, so frequently pressed tight against silence, now opens, not in effort, but in release, as if the teeth have finally decided they don't need to guard anything anymore. The tongue rests gently at the base of the mouth, not moving, not speaking, just being present, like a stone that has stopped rolling and simply lies where it fell. And your eyes, though closed, are not searching. They are resting, their lids not heavy, but still, as if they've grown tired of looking out, tired of scanning for threats, tired of needing to know what's coming next. Now they stay shut, like doors that have decided not to open again until morning comes naturally. And the space around you, the room, has no intention of changing. It does not care whether you are awake or asleep. It simply is, with walls that do not lean in, a ceiling that does not press down, a door that stays closed without needing to be guarded. Nothing here has ever left, and nothing here needs your attention. So you do not give it. And the quiet, this thick, slow quiet, is not empty. It's full of presence, like silence after rain, when every drop is still in the air, waiting to fall, but falling slowly, as if even time is tired now and has slowed its pace so that nothing feels rushed, nothing needs to be completed. In your body, this vessel, this temple built from flesh and bone and breath, is no longer trying to prove anything. It does not have to be strong or fast or useful. It only has to be just as it is, with all its softness, all its stillness. That alone is enough. You do not need to earn rest. You are already in it. And the weight of your limbs, once a burden, is now a comfort, like a blanket laid across your chest after a long walk, or hands placed gently on shoulders by someone who knows you're tired. No words needed, just the feeling of being held without demand, And when that feeling spreads through your legs, through your hips, through your lower back, there is no resistance, only acceptance, as if every part of you has finally said, yes, this is where I belong. And the air around you is not cold or hot. It simply is, touching your skin with a kind of gentle indifference, like a hand brushing against your arm that doesn't know who you are, but still chooses to rest there. And because it doesn't demand anything, it feels safe. So you let it stay. And the thoughts, those quiet voices from earlier in the day, are not gone. They're just quieter now, drifting through your awareness like clouds across a sky already full of stars. They don't pull at your attention anymore. They don't ask to be answered. And when one rises, a memory, an old worry, they do not demand to be followed. You simply notice it, then let it go, like a leaf floating down the current of a still river. And there is no need to fix anything, no need to understand why your body felt braced all day. No need to trace back how long this tension has lived in your shoulders, your hips, your jaw. You don't have to make sense of it. Just let it be. And as it rests, this story without a resolution, it begins to lose its grip. And the space between breaths, those small pauses that used to feel like danger, is no longer tight. They are not empty. They are full of possibility, like moments where the world holds still, waiting for nothing but what comes next. And you do not need to push forward, because there is nowhere else to go. And your skin continues to soften, not in a way that makes it disappear, but in a way that makes it more real. As if every fiber has learned how to be present without fear, no longer pulling inward, no longer trying to protect itself from the outside world. Just breathing with the room, the air, the stillness, and your hands now resting on your stomach or at your sides are not waiting for anything. They are not reaching for a phone, a book, a solution. They are simply there. Like stones in a stream that have stopped moving. And when you feel their weight again, the quiet pressure of them against the bed, you don't analyze it. You just accept it, as if your hands have finally remembered how to belong, and your feet, bare on the cool sheets, are not trying to walk anywhere. They are not preparing for tomorrow. They do not care about appointments or plans. They simply rest, like roots that have stopped searching for water because they've already found where they're meant to be. And when you feel the slight chill at the tips of your toes, it doesn't make you tense. It just feels like part of the night. A quiet signal that something is real, and the space in your chest, where so much of the day's noise used to live, is no longer tight. It is open, not wide with effort, but softly expanded, as if something has finally come home and taken up residence without needing permission, just sitting there, breathing slowly, quietly existing. And you are not doing anything wrong, because this softness, this stillness, this weight on the bed is not a failure of will. It is not laziness or weakness. It is simply what happens when the body stops fighting, when the nervous system finally believes that it's safe to stay. Your breath moves through this openness like wind through tall grass, slow, unhurried, without purpose. Each exhale longer than the last, as if time itself has slowed so you can feel every inch of release. And with every one, your body sinks deeper into the mattress, not falling, but arriving, like a ship that has finally reached its harbor, after months at sea. Your body is learning how to stay, not as a performance, not as an act of will, but because there's no reason left to leave. Tension that once lived like a second skin. Collars your collarbones, coiled in your lower back, is beginning to dissolve, not with force, but by simply being allowed to. You don't need to pull it away. Just let it be known, and slowly, without fanfare, it begins to loosen its hold, as if the muscles have been waiting for permission to forget how to brace. And now they are listening. Your shoulders, still remembering their old posture, are no longer carrying anything. They aren't holding up a weight that isn't there. They've stopped pretending to be strong, and so they begin to settle, not into defeat, but into surrender. Like two stones that have finally stopped trying to balance on the edge of a cliff, just letting themselves sink into the earth beneath them. One by one, each thread in your upper back unwinds, without warning, without trauma. You only notice it when you feel something shift, something older than memory. Let go. And your spine, that long line of vertebrae running from crown to tailbone, is no longer a column holding things up. It's not being used as a support beam for the day's burdens. Now it's just here, softening along its entire length, like a riverbed worn smooth by time, water, and silence. Each curve, each natural bend is allowed to be what it always was, no longer stiffened into alignment out of duty, but simply resting in the way that only bones can when they're not asked to do anything. Kick. The place where so much unspoken pressure used to gather has stopped clenching. Your teeth are not locked together anymore. There's no need to bite down on frustration, to grind through decisions you never wanted to make. The small muscles around your mouth have relaxed into their true shape. Lips softening, tongue resting gently against the roof of your mouth like a quiet witness. And when that feeling rises, the urge to tighten again, you don't fight it, you just let it pass, as if the jaw has finally remembered how to be open without being exposed. And your eyes, closed now, not seeing anything, still hold their own kind of awareness. They aren't scanning for threats anymore. They're not straining against darkness. They've stopped trying to stay alert. And in that stillness behind your lids, something else begins to happen. A quiet hum beneath the surface, like distant radio signals from another world. Faint but steady, as if your nervous system is sending out its own low-frequency signal. I am here. I am safe. I do not need to be ready. It's not that you're asleep yet. Not quite. But you are slipping into a space between waking and sleeping, where the body doesn't have to decide what it is. There's no more effort required, just presence, like standing in a doorway with your back against the wall, neither entering nor leaving, just being. And when warmth spreads through your chest, not from heat, but from release, don't try to name it. Don't ask where it came from. It just arrives, as if the air around you has thickened into something softer than breath, like a memory of sunlight on skin that never needed to be remembered. And this warmth isn't chasing away cold. It's simply allowing both to exist together without one needing to win. And your hands again, they are not doing anything. But in their stillness, there is meaning. Not because they're useful or productive, but because they've stopped being afraid of being useless. You don't need them to hold something, to fix anything, to reach for a future that hasn't arrived. They just rest palms open, fingers relaxed, like roots spreading underground in slow motion, reaching not for food, but simply for the earth itself. And your legs, long and quiet beneath the sheets, are not resisting their own weight anymore. They don't want to be shorter or stronger. They're not trying to keep you upright. They've stopped preparing for movement, just lying there, as if they finally learned that being still is not failure, but a kind of return, like rivers finding their bed after years of flowing over rocks and stone. And your feet, bare, slightly cool air, no longer counting time or measuring distance. They don't care how many steps they'll take tomorrow, though we're just here. Arches softening, toes uncurling one by one, as if each toe has been waiting for this moment to remember its shape. The soles of your feet, once tight with anticipation, are now simply receiving, not absorbing pressure, but welcoming it, like soil accepting rain without needing to respond. And beneath you, the bed has stopped being a surface and become a kind of cradle, not holding you up as if you were fragile, but supporting you in the way that only deep, quiet things can, with no expectation, with no demand, just giving what it always had: stability, silence, presence. And your body is sinking into its curve, like a seed into soil, not falling away from itself, but returning to where it belongs. And every breath, longer now than the last, is not an effort, but a continuation of what's already happening. You don't have to make it happen. It happens through you. As if your lungs are just remembering how to listen. And with each one, there is less need to control, less need to push. The air moves in and out, like wind across a field at dawn. No urgency, no direction, just motion, just being. And the space inside you, the quiet that used to feel empty, is now full, not with thoughts or plans, but with absence of strain. It's full because nothing is fighting. And when something rises, a memory, an echo from earlier in the day, it doesn't knock at your door. It drifts by like smoke over a river, seen, acknowledged, then gone, without you needing to chase after it. And now, there's no longer any difference between being aware and being relaxed. They've merged into one thing. Not tension, not stillness, but the space where both can coexist, where awareness doesn't demand action, where relaxation doesn't require effort, just presence, as if you finally stopped trying to be somewhere else. And your skin, your outer edge, is no longer a boundary that needs defending. It's simply there, like the surface of still water, reflecting what passes above, not rejecting anything, not grabbing hold, just receiving. And when the air brushes against your arm, the faintest movement, it doesn't trigger alertness. It just touches you, like a whisper from someone who knows you're safe. And somewhere deep in your ribs, where breath begins, you feel a quiet pulse, not loud, not urgent, but steady, as if something inside has begun to breathe with you, not guiding, not controlling, just accompanying, like a second rhythm that's always been there, waiting for the first one to slow down enough to hear it. And now, just for this moment, you are not trying to be anything. Not calm, not tired, not relaxed. You're simply being, and in that being, there is no need to fix anything, no need to become what you were supposed to be. just existing quietly, deeply, like a stone at the bottom of a lake, untouched by currents, unbothered by waves, and your body continues to soften, not all at once, but in layers, as if each part is peeling away from the next, like petals falling from a flower long after it has bloomed. And when you feel that slow release, the weight lifting, the edges blurring, you don't question it. You just let it happen. Because there's no reason not to. And in this quiet, there's a kind of knowing. Not something you can say. Not something you can measure. But a feeling deep and soft that you are exactly where you need to be, that your body is not broken, not failing, just tired, and now it is being allowed to rest without shame, without demand. And the night holds you, not as if waiting for something, but because it already has everything it needs. You don't have to earn this stillness. You don't have to prove that you deserve it. You're simply here, breathing, sinking, present. And that, just that, is enough. You are not far from sleep. Not in distance, but in state. Like a ship that has stopped fighting the tide and now just drifts. Slowly, gently, toward where the water is calm. Your breath continues, soft as a sigh that doesn't belong to anyone in particular. Just air passing through you like light through dust. No name, no origin, only presence. And in this quiet continuity, your chest settles deeper into the mattress. Not because you've decided it should, but because the weight of holding yourself upright has finally loosened its grip. Your spine begins to curve gently, like a riverbed shaped by years of slow flow. Each vertebra releasing just slightly more than before, as if gravity is no longer an enemy, but a kind companion, helping you sink. And in that surrender, the shoulders still so tight earlier no longer feel like they're carrying anything. Not the day's demands, not the thoughts left behind. They simply fall, not down toward the floor, but inward into the softness beneath them, as if your body has remembered how to fold, like a letter sealed without force. No haste, no pressure, just quiet closure. And the arms, stiff at your sides, now release their grip on themselves, fingers uncurling one by one, not in effort, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. And with that looseness, something shifts inside your hands, a warmth spreading from the center of each palm, like slow sun rising across an empty field after rain. No urgency, no purpose, just heat, just being. And your jaw, once clenched so tightly it felt like bone against bone, now rests open just slightly, not dropped, but released, as if you've handed back a burden you weren't aware you were carrying. The tongue softens in its place, no longer pressing, no longer bracing, just resting at the bottom of your mouth, like still water waiting for rain. And the eyes, closed now, beneath their lids, are not tracking anything. They're not searching. They're simply there, as if watching a dream that isn't happening yet. And when you feel them, it's not with effort, but with noticing, like recognizing an old friend in a half-remembered room. And the space behind your eyes, soft, dark, quiet, is no longer where thoughts gather to argue or warn. It's simply empty, not because nothing is there, but because everything has paused, and that emptiness feels full, not with noise, but with stillness so deep it hums, like a room after all voices have left. And your neck, once stiff with vigilance, now lengthens gently, as if the muscles are remembering their own name, softening into the curve where head meets spine, no longer anchoring, no longer resisting, just meeting the bed with quiet weight. And in that meeting, there is no resistance, only contact, like a leaf landing on water. And your feet, bare against sheets, are not pushing away. They're not readying to rise. They're simply present, toes curling slightly, not from tension, but because warmth has reached them. And their skin feels the texture of fabric beneath them, not as data, but as sensation. A soft reminder that you are still here, on Earth, in your body, and your belly, once tight with anticipation or unease, now breathes with you, not resisting, not clenching, just rising and falling like tide against a shore it no longer needs to defend. The muscles there loosen one by one, as if letting go of a promise they were never meant to keep. And your back, the low part where tension settled like dust, now feels lighter, not because it's been fixed, but because you've stopped trying to fix it. And with that absence of effort, the muscles release in waves, small ripples moving through muscle tissue, like wind across a field after dark, quiet movement without direction. And your legs, long, still beneath you, are no longer bracing for anything. They're not preparing to run or stand. They're simply lying there, heavy and true, as if the ground below has become part of them, holding them in place, not through force, but through trust. And every inch of you, every nerve, every fiber is beginning to feel less like a body that must perform, and more like a shape that is allowed to exist without purpose. No need to be strong, no need to be alert, just being. And the silence in your head isn't empty, it's full, not with thoughts, but with presence, as if you've stepped out of time into something older than memory, where nothing needs to happen, and still everything is happening. And the air around you, still warm, is not just outside, it's inside too, moving through your body like a quiet tide that knows no beginning or end. And when you feel it, it doesn't ask anything of you. It simply stays. And somewhere deep in your chest, the rhythm beneath breath has slowed. Not because you've asked it to, but because it has found its own pace. Steady, unhurried, like a heartbeat that remembers how to be patient. And when it beats, it doesn't echo, it just is. And the world outside your room, distant lights, quiet streets, trees swaying in wind, doesn't matter anymore. Not because it's gone, but because you've stopped needing to react. You're not watching it. You're not guarding against it. You're simply part of it, like a stone at the center of a pool, still while everything else moves around it. And your skin, no longer a barrier, is now an open space, receiving what comes without resistance, whether warmth, coolness, or nothing at all. And when something touches you, your arm brushing against the sheet, a shift in air, it doesn't spark alarm. It just registers, like a ripple on water, and then fades. And your thoughts don't come back to fight. They drift by now like clouds across an endless sky, not blocking the light, not demanding attention, just passing. And you don't follow them. You let them go, as if each one has already said its piece and no longer needs a reply. And there is no self that must be protected, no identity to defend, only this body, breathing, sinking, letting go. And the moment stretches longer than time, because it's not measured by minutes or hours, but by release, by softening, by the way your ribs expand without effort, and your chest opens without command, and you are no longer trying to be safe. You simply are in this body, on this bed, in this night, with nothing left to do. And that just being feels like home, not a place, not a memory, but the shape of your own breath, the weight of your limbs, the stillness beneath you. And if there is any longing now, it's not for something else. It's not for sleep. It's not for peace. It's just this soft, quiet surrender where every part of you has given up on fighting and found itself instead. And the body doesn't need to be told what to do anymore. It already knows. It's been waiting, not for a signal, but for permission. And now, finally, you've given it just by being here, by not moving, by not trying, by letting go. And in that silence, in the soft release of every held muscle, in the way your breath flows without command, something inside begins to settle, not with a sound, but with stillness. And you are no longer lying awake. You are no longer holding on. You are simply here. And that is enough. Your shoulders are still up, but not because you're holding anything, just because they've forgotten how to let go. And that's okay. They don't have to move yet. They can stay where they are, resting in the shape of tension, like a memory of effort, waiting for permission to drop. And every breath now moves through them, not pushing, not forcing, but simply flowing around the weight, as if your body is learning how to carry itself without strain. The air inside you isn't rushing forward. It's just there, slow and deep, filling spaces that were once tight, like water, finding cracks in stone, seeping into places that haven't felt peace in days. And when you feel the pressure behind your flight collarbones, not as pain, but as a kind of waiting, that too is allowed to stay. It doesn't have to be fixed. It doesn't need explanation. Just presence, like a leaf caught between two hands, held but not moved, and your arms hang at your sides, still stiff, still heavy. But now they're also grounded, supported by the bed beneath them, no longer holding up the world, only needing to be here. And if you notice how the fingers of one hand are curled slightly, as though bracing against something that isn't there, don't change it. Just let it be. Feel the curve of each knuckle, the quiet pressure where skin meets air. And know this: your body is not failing. It's remembering, slowly, carefully, how to stop expecting danger. And your jaw still tight, the muscles along your teeth clenched in silence. That too is part of you, not a problem, just a pattern, like a thread woven into the fabric of your day. And now, without asking, it can begin to unwind, not all at once, but one breath, one release at a time. The tongue rests loose against the bottom of your mouth, no longer pressing forward. No need to speak, no need to protect, just softness, like wet clay left in still air, waiting for its own shape to emerge. Your eyes are closed, but you can feel them, not as effort, but as quiet presence behind the lids, receiving what comes without judgment, a kind of listening that doesn't require sound. And your forehead, still marked by the weight of thoughts, can soften now, not because they've gone away, but because they no longer matter. You're not responsible for them anymore. They don't get to decide how you feel. Only this moment does, and it says, rest. The small muscles around your eyes, the ones that twitch when you're alert, are quieting, like a curtain drawn over. Light, not blocking the sun, just reducing the glare, allowing the room to be seen in softer tones. And if there's a tremor in one eyelid, let it ripple through. Don't stop it. Don't fix it. Just notice how it moves. And then let's go. Like a leaf falling into water. Your chest still rises, but not with urgency. It moves as though guided by something older than breath, by the slow rhythm of being alive, without needing to prove anything. And your belly, once tight, once coiled in worry, is now just softening, releasing its grip on itself, like a fist that finally understands it doesn't need to hold. The space inside you is not empty. It's full of stillness, not the absence of sound, but a presence of peace, a kind of quiet that doesn't demand silence, only attention, and even that can be light, just enough to notice. Your spine lies along the bed, each vertebra resting where it belongs, no longer trying to hold itself upright, no longer supporting a posture that was never yours, just letting gravity do its work, not as collapse, but as surrender. And your lower back, once knotted, with strain, is beginning to breathe too, slowly, like a river adjusting to the shape of its bed, finding where it fits, not by force, but by yielding. Your hips are heavy, not burdened, just settled, roots growing into the mattress, drawing warmth from below, as if the floor beneath you is breathing up through your bones, and your legs, still stiff at the thighs and calves, are no longer resisting. They're letting go in waves, one after another, like a tide receding over sand that remembers its shape. The tension in your feet, those little knots where muscles tighten when you're on edge, is loosening too. Not because you told it to, but because your body has begun to trust the bed. This surface beneath you is no longer a place to brace against. It's become an anchor, a quiet point of connection, and every part of you, every muscle, every nerve ending is now being held, not by effort, but by stillness, by the way weight settles when nothing asks for performance. Your body isn't trying to be anything right now. It's just existing in its own time, with no goal, no purpose. And that's where safety lives. When you don't have to earn it. When you're not expected to do more than breathe. And if a thought comes, just one, brief as a shadow flickering across your mind, it doesn't need to be chased or held. It can pass through like wind over grass, leaving no mark, only the memory of motion. And that's enough. You don't have to answer anything. You don't have to decide. You're not being tested. You're simply allowed to stay exactly as you are. And your breath, still flowing, still deep, now moves through your ribs like a current that knows no beginning or end. It doesn't rise and fall in stages. It just is. Continuous part of the rhythm of the night. Part of the way air moves through trees and soil and skin. You're not controlling it. You're not guiding it. It's moving itself, as if your body has finally remembered how to breathe without permission. And that stillness in your chest, deep, quiet, isn't a pause. It's not absence. It's fullness. Like the space between two notes of music, where meaning lives, where peace settles. And when you feel it, the deep calm beneath thought, behind sensation, you don't have to name it. You don't have to reach for it. You're already in it. Not because you did anything, but because your body has stopped fighting its own nature. And now, finally, it's allowed to be soft, and the bed holds you, not as a surface, but as a living thing shaped by years of sleepers, warm with memory, cradling every shape that has lain here before. And now, yours too. You are sinking, not into nothing, but into being, like a stone that no longer needs to fall because it's already where it belongs. And your arms still at your sides are not waiting for action. They're just there, resting in the quiet between motion, like branches after winter, still but full of potential. Your hands are open now, not clenched, not reaching, just resting, palms up, receiving what comes without resistance. And that's enough. And if you feel a warmth spreading from your center, down through your legs, into your toes, it isn't magic. It's just the body remembering how to relax, how to let blood flow where it needs to go. Not with command, but with surrender. The air in your room is still, but not empty. It's thick with quiet, like a breath held for hours. And now, finally released. And you're not separate from that. You're part of its depth, part of the way silence settles into skin, into bone, into the slow pulse beneath the surface. Your ears are open, not to sound, but to stillness, to the quiet hum behind thought, the background rhythm of being alive. And it's soft, like a distant tide, or the turning of stars, too far to see, but felt in your blood. And if you notice how your breath slows even further, how each exhalation takes longer than the last, don't think about it. Just let it happen, as though time itself is learning how to rest. Your body isn't resisting sleep. It's not fighting it. It's simply waiting. And that wait is becoming something else, a kind of presence, like being in the moment, but deeper, not focused, just aware. And there's no need to go anywhere, no destination. You're already where you are on this bed in this night, with your body finally letting go. Not because it has to, but because it can. And that this soft release feels like coming home. Not a place, but a way of being. And the longer you stay here, the less you notice yourself. Not because you're gone, but because there's no one left to observe. Only stillness, only breath, only this. And it doesn't ask for anything. It just is. And you are part of that quietly, deeply, without effort, without want. And the night moves around you, not as time, but as you are not being asked to do anything now. No effort required, just a quiet presence, like water pooling in a hollow where the earth has long since stopped resisting. Your body is not moving towards sleep. It's already there, not as a goal, but as a return. A slow uncurling of all that was once folded tight. You're not leaving anything behind, only releasing what no longer needs to be carried. And with each breath, the weight you've been holding in your spine, tucked deep beneath the muscles, like old tools buried under roots, is beginning to loosen. It's not disappearing. It's just being set down, gently, slowly, as if the ground itself has decided to accept it. And the bed is not just below you, it's under you now. A quiet support that remembers every shape of rest, every sigh, every shift in position, every night where someone else lay here feeling exactly as you do. And still they found their way into softness. And so can you. The air around your face is not cold. It's still, almost warm with the memory of breath. Like a room that has just been emptied of movement, but keeps its warmth in the walls. Nothing here needs to be watched. No threat lingers on the edges of shadow. The door remains closed, unmarked by sound. You don't need to know what's beyond it, because your body already knows. This space is safe, not because you've checked, because it has stopped listening for danger. Every nerve has settled into a kind of quiet surrender, like leaves that no longer tremble in the wind. They're still on the tree, but their tension is gone, and so are yours. Your shoulders, those high, tight points that held the day's burden, are not sinking because you told them to. They're dropping because they've decided it's safe. Not urgent, not required. Just let go. Like a rope unspooling after years of being taut. And your arms are no longer stiff at your sides. They're not relaxed in the way people mean when they say, just relax. No, this is deeper. This is the kind of softness that comes from real release, where muscle memory forgets how to clench. It's not absence, it's presence. A quiet fullness, like still water after storm clouds have passed. You don't see your hands, but you can feel their weight, each finger resting in its own small space. No longer curled into fists or ready for grip. They're not reaching out. They're just being, palms open to the air, receiving nothing and giving nothing back. And that is enough. Your jaw, it's been clenched all day. A tiny knot behind your teeth, like stone held between two hands. But now, you don't have to tell it to unclench. It's already loosening, not in one motion, but in layers. First, the tightness at the corners of your mouth. Then, the pressure behind your molars. Then, the soft muscles beneath your chin. And with each exhale, that small resistance dissolves, like salt melting into water. No force needed, just time and the body's own way of remembering how to soften without instruction. Your tongue is not pressing against the roof of your mouth anymore. It's resting, weightless, free, as if it has forgotten what pressure feels like. And that's okay. You don't have to reclaim control. Only let go of the need to hold on. Your eyes closed now, but still sensitive, are no longer scanning for movement. They're not waiting. They're just resting. Their lids heavy with silence, not tired in a way that demands sleep, but settled like stones at the bottom of a lake where nothing stirs. And even if light passed through the room, the faintest glow from outside, your eyes wouldn't react because your nervous system has already said, "This is enough. There's no danger here. No need to respond. You're not on alert. You're not preparing. You are simply existing in a way that feels both rare and natural. Like breathing when the air is thick with moss, or walking barefoot through soil after rain. Your body knows this state. It just forgot how long ago. The space around you, the room, has no name now, only sensation. Walls are not boundaries. They're part of a larger stillness. The ceiling isn't above you. It's holding you in place, like a hand that has stopped guiding and is simply there. And your breath isn't rising or falling. It's moving through you like a slow current beneath dark water. Steady, constant, no beginning, no end, just being. And with each exhale, the air leaves deeper than before, not forced, but invited, as if your body has learned to release without needing permission. And when that breath returns, softly, it's not a return to action. It's a quiet arrival, like rain falling into soil that remembers how to drink. Your pelvis is no longer tense. You're not bracing against the bed or pushing away from it. Your lower back has stopped arching. It's simply resting, supported by the mattress, shaped by years of sleepers before you. And with each breath, the muscles along your spine begin to release, not in a rush, but like heat spreading through stone after daybreak. Slow, steady, not urgent, just letting go. And as they do, your legs, those long limbs that carried you all day, are softening from hip to heel, no longer bearing weight, no longer ready for motion, only resting, their bones light now, hollow with peace, and the blood flows freely through them. Not because you asked it to, but because the body has stopped fighting itself. And when your toes curl slightly in sleep, just a tiny shift. It's not tension. It's not movement towards something. It's just the body adjusting, like roots shifting underground during deep stillness. There is no effort here, only presence, and that presence is not sharp or focused. It's diffuse, spread through you like light behind clouds, warm but invisible. You are not observing yourself. You're not watching your breath, your muscles, your thoughts. They're just there as part of the quiet. And that is what makes this so deep. Because when there is no one to watch, nothing needs to be maintained. You don't need to hold anything together. Only let everything become still. Even the space inside your chest, where thoughts used to race, is not empty. It's full of silence. And that silence isn't waiting for something else. It's already complete. Like a mountain after snowfall. No sound, no movement, just being. And you are part of this, not apart from it. Not trying to reach into it, but sinking into it, slowly, without resistance, as if the bed is not beneath you, but within you now, and your body isn't lying on it. It's becoming one with its shape, a quiet merging, like water meeting earth, or night folding over day. No separation, only continuity, and in that space, where all effort has stopped, something else begins. Not thought, not feeling, but being, the kind of presence that doesn't need to be named, because it's already here, always has been, just waiting for you to stop resisting. And the night isn't passing. It's deepening, not in time, but in stillness. And if you notice how your breath is now almost imperceptible, how your chest moves only slightly, as if barely stirring, the body is no longer breathing to survive. It's breathing because it can. And that is its own kind of freedom. The kind that comes not from effort, but from release. And with each long exhale, you are letting go of more than tension. You're releasing the idea that something must be done, that you must be anything just to exist. You don't need to be awake or asleep or present or absent. You're simply here in the quiet, where movement has stopped and stillness has taken over, not as a replacement, but as an answer. And if your mind drifts just slightly, like a leaf caught in a slow stream, it doesn't matter. There's no need to bring it back, because it's already been held by this breath, by this weight, by the bed that remembers every sleeper who ever lay here. And now you too. Your spine is no longer holding a position. It's simply being shaped by gravity and softness alike. The vertebrae resting one upon the other, like stones worn smooth by time, not aligned for function anymore, just present, each one a quiet witness to how far you've come. And in that stillness, your pelvis settles deeper into the mattress, no longer lifted or tense, no longer guarding the space beneath your hips. It's open now, loose, as if the body has finally decided not to resist being held, that the bed is not a surface to endure, but a presence to receive you. And when your legs drift slightly apart, not from effort, but because they've forgotten how to stay tight, that shift isn't weakness. It's surrender, a gentle release of the last boundary between effort and ease. Your hands are no longer fists. They're not reaching for anything, not pushing away, not grasping at hope or memory. They lie loose on your thighs, palms up, fingers curled just enough to cradle air, like something resting after long carrying. Your arms hang straight down from the shoulders, no upward pull now. No need to keep them in readiness. They've given over their burden, and with each breath, what was once held between shoulder blades, that tight knot of accumulated strain begins to loosen, not by force, but because the nervous system has decided it's safe enough to stop warning you. There's no one approaching, nothing demanding response, just stillness deepening, and your jaw, those small muscles beneath the ear, so often clenched without notice, have stopped fighting. They're not forced open, not consciously relaxed, but simply released, like a door left unlatched after the last guest has gone. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not pressed forward or held back, just there, quiet, no longer shaping words that never needed to be spoken. And behind it all, the muscles around your eyes, those tiny tendons trained for vigilance, are softening now. Lids heavy, lashes brushing skin. With every slight shift, not from fatigue alone, but because the mind has stopped scanning the horizon. There's nothing left to watch for. The air in this room is thick with stillness, not empty, but full of quiet, a kind of weightlessness that isn't light. It's the opposite, something deep and grounded, like soil after rain, where roots don't fight upward. They simply stretch downward into dark ease. You can feel how your body is no longer resisting gravity. It's letting itself be shaped by what holds it, not fighting to stay upright, but allowing the bed to do the work of support, as if every bone has remembered how to trust. There's a subtle warmth now spreading through your chest, not heat from effort, but from circulation returning, flowing freely, because the body is no longer in defense mode. Blood moves where it wants, not where you ordered it to go. And with that flow comes a quiet hum, not in your ears, but under your skin, like something old waking gently beneath layers of silence. There's no need to name it, only to notice how it settles into the space between breaths. And when your fingers twitch, just slightly, once, like a root responding to underground movement, it isn't meaning. It isn't intention. Just release. The body releasing its own tension in small, spontaneous ways, like water finding cracks in stone. And you are not responsible for those movements. They're happening because something deeper than will has decided that rest is no longer an exception, but a return. Your breath deepens again, slower now, almost imperceptible. The kind of breathing that doesn't announce itself. It simply exists, like wind in trees after dark. Silent, continuous, not needing to be noticed. And with each long out breath, something shifts inside your chest. Not tightness leaving, but resistance dissolving. As if the heart is no longer racing toward a future or holding on to the past, just beating quietly, steadily, like a stone sinking through water, not trying to rise, only going where it's meant to go. And in that space between breaths, the pause so small it might be missed, there's a feeling of being held by something larger than yourself. Not a person, not an idea, but the room itself, the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath you, all holding you with quiet certainty, as if they've known your body was coming and have been waiting to receive it. No judgment, no demand for performance, just presence. In your shoulders, those high points that carried so much today have dropped further now, not by will, but because the weight of them has finally settled into the bed, like snow on a roof, gathering slowly until the structure accepts it, and you are not the one holding them down. They're simply allowed to be where they belong, in contact with the mattress, no longer lifting, reaching, bracing. And your legs, those long limbs that marched through meetings, stairs, crowded halls, are finally at peace. Not just relaxed, but surrendered. Muscles loosened from their constant readiness. Joints softening into jointlessness, like water poured over stone and left to rest. The tendons no longer tensed for action, only present, breathing in rhythm with the air around you. And your feet, those anchors of movement, are now completely still, heels pressing lightly into the bed, toes uncurled, flat, not curled toward anything, just resting, as if they've stopped imagining where they might go, and instead are simply allowing themselves to be here, part of this moment, part of this weightless drift. And with all this softening, a kind of depth begins to form, not in the mind, but in the body, like water pooling after rain, gathering in hollows too small to notice until they're full. You aren't aware of it forming, only that something is now deeper than before, not more intense, but more complete, as if your body has finally become its own kind of home, and there's no one inside this stillness who needs to be found. No self to reassemble, no thoughts to gather back, just the quiet presence of being, like a mountain after snowfall, not empty, but full in a way that doesn't ask for anything. And you are part of that fullness, not separate from it, not trying to enter or escape, simply resting within it. And if your mind drifts, just slightly, like fog moving across the surface of a lake, it's not failure, it's not distraction. It's just the body continuing its work in quiet ways. And you don't have to guide it back, because it's already been held by the breath, by the weight of your limbs, by the bed that knows how to hold. And this is not sleep yet, but something older, deeper than waking or dreaming, a kind of return where all effort has ended, and what remains is simply being unhurried, unclaimed, untouched by need, just here, as if you've come back from far away, not because you were lost, but because you were never truly gone. And the night continues, not passing, but deepening, like a well drawn down into darkness, where light doesn't matter, only depth, and your body is no longer resisting that depth. It's sinking into it, slowly, without protest, as if it has always known this was possible. And now, at last, it is letting itself happen. Your breath has become a slow tide moving through you, neither rushing nor retreating, just returning again and again to the quiet that lies beneath effort. Each out breath longer than the last, not forced, not earned, simply allowed, like air passing through an open window in a house long abandoned. No one tending it, but still breathing, still holding its own kind of calm. And this rhythm, this unhurried ebb, isn't something you're doing. It's something the body has been waiting to remember, not as a practice, but as a homecoming. Your spine, that long column that carried your posture through hours of tension, is no longer trying to stand tall. It's allowed to curve gently into the mattress, not sagging, not collapsing, just following its own natural shape, like a river finding its bed after years of being diverted. There's no pressure now to be upright or efficient. Only this soft surrender where each vertebra rests in place, and nothing is asked to hold more than it was meant to, and the space between your shoulder blades, the small hollows that often clench shut like fists, has softened into a kind of listening, not to noise, but to stillness, as if something deep within has begun to unfold, slowly, without urgency, just breathing in time with the dark. Your arms lie now where they fell when you last reached for nothing. Palms open, fingers relaxed, not reaching for anything, not even thought, just resting on the air like hands that have been waiting to be unclenched. And the skin along your forearms, so often taught from lifting, holding, pushing, is no longer tense with purpose. It's simply there, present, warm, aware of nothing but its own soft weight. And beneath that warmth, the blood moving through veins, not in haste, but in quiet circulation, carrying oxygen like water carried by roots deep underground. Slow, steady, unnoticed, carrying life without needing to be noticed. Your hands are no longer instruments. They're not tools or weapons or shields. Just hands resting on the bed, held by it, as if they've always belonged here, in this exact shape, in this exact stillness. And you don't have to do anything with them, not even rest, because their resting is already enough. Your jaw, so often clenched from stress, from decisions made too fast, from words swallowed back, is no longer guarding its own closure. The muscles around your temples are uncurled. The tongue has settled against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not tightening, just soft, like moss on stone after rain, quietly absorbing what's been given. And your eyes, though closed, are still receiving the quiet, not seeing shapes or shadows, but feeling the darkness as a presence, thick with care, as if the night itself has turned its attention toward you, holding space without needing to be seen. And that softness in your chest, the place where anxiety sometimes lives, is no longer tight or hollow. It's just there, open, not full of anything, but not empty either. Like a room left for someone who will never come, and yet still warm. Because the warmth isn't from expectation, it's from simply being present. Your breath slows again and again, not speeding up, not faltering, just continuing, as if there's no need to begin or end, only exist in this rhythm of release that has no beginning, no ending, just now. And the weight of your body is no longer a burden. It's a language, speaking silently, telling the bed and the floor and the air around you, I am here. I have come. I will stay, not with demand, not with fear, just presence, like snow that falls without sound, covering everything in quiet until nothing is left to be found but what already was. And your feet still flat on the bed, heels pressing down softly, and no longer imagining movement. They're no longer planning steps or counting miles walked today. They're simply part of a larger stillness, as if the ground beneath them has shifted from resistance into reception, and now every point of contact is a kind of acceptance, not effortful, just quiet participation in being held. The tendons in your ankles, so often stretched taut with readiness, are no longer bracing for takeoff. They're simply resting, like ropes that have been unspooled and left to hang, not needing to be tied down because the ground knows how to hold them. And the muscles along your thighs, those strong supports from long days of standing, walking, sitting in meetings, are no longer engaged. They're not resisting gravity, just yielding to it, like a branch letting go of fruit that's ripened beyond its time, and now falls gently without shame, because falling is part of being alive. Your pelvis, once so often held rigid with stress or posture, is now softening into the bed, not sinking, not collapsing, just resting in alignment, as if your bones have finally decided they don't need to be perfect, only present. And the space between your hips, the low back, that place where tension collects like dust, has become a kind of listening, not waiting for relief, but receiving it quietly, naturally, as if gravity has been given permission to do its work. And with every release in this body, every small unclenching, every softening fold, the space between breaths grows deeper, longer, not empty, but full with something that isn't thought just being, like the pause after a note ends, when the air still hums with what was, and you are no longer trying to fill it because there's already enough here. Your skin, so often aware of pressure, temperature, touch, is now only aware of itself, not in alarm, but as an extension of this moment, like fabric that has stopped resisting the wind, just letting it pass through, without reaction, without need to be something else. And your hair, those strands that once lifted with nervous energy or brushed back in urgency,